I saw this video, I ended up getting so many DMs on TikTok of people showing me this video, tagging me in the video, and saying, hey, you need to figure out this full story. So I got all the clips of the story. I have not watched any of the clips. Okay, all I did was, see her page, see all the stuff that she was talking about, and decide to conjoin what everybody else had told me. I'm gonna press play, pause play. We're gonna watch it together. He's acting like he knows how to read. Make sure everything's. Gotta give me 10K months. Just give me my money. Yeah. Goodness gracious. So as we can see here, they are, it says divorcing after 16 years together. She has the documentation there. Very weird because it happened I think it was literally the day after Father's Day or so. And so, they're sitting there, or I think it was on Father's Day. They're sitting there. She's happy. She's talking about, oh, you're going to give me 10K a month, just joking, whatever. And he's like, whatever is going on, I have to read all this paperwork. But it seems like the two of them are in a more jovial energy. He's looking at some of the stuff okay, I gotta see what's going on. She's acting like he should be rushed to be able to do this. Even though there's joking and stuff like that, it's almost seeming as though, she's so excited to get back out there, right? She can't wait for him to sign this. And he is, every second he's not signing the paper is holding her up for being able to go out there and sow her royal oats, right? That is basically the energy that she's giving through this video. Is this right? Well, you and I were married. We had a life together. You still have to maintain their lifestyle. She'll be the only one you're paying child support for unless you're going to be having anybody popping out babies. You know. So she's telling him. So obviously, you see, this is what I don't respect about this video. Yeah, it's something funny, whatever, but all this stuff that you speeded past, let us hear the audio. Okay, let us hear what you was trying to do with this man. Let us hear if you was trying to take him to the cleaners. Let us hear if you have unfair, requests. Because based on this man's facial expressions alone, it's looking like you was asking for too much. The fact that you even placed in, the audio of you saying, oh, that's the only child that you're going to be paying child support for, it would lead me to believe that it's an exorbitant amount of money. And you're saying, well, so what? Who cares? You only have this one child you're paying child support for. So what's the problem if you have to pay this extensive amount of money? Your dad is one time another baby leave. No! Listen to your mom. Your mom's for her mouth. You want to have a new girlfriend and give her a baby. Mom, you're treating me.
Let's play a quiz called Who Wants to Be an Ex-Husband? Now, I'll ask the question and just guess the answer, okay? Question number 1. When a man realizes their marriage is rocky, what's one of the first things that he should do? If the answer is something along the lines of buy her flowers, take her on romantic dates, try to fix it with all these gestures. I'm sorry, but that's the wrong answer. Let's try again. Question number 2. When a man tries to fix things...
Even if that's supposed to be a joke or whatever, I don't think that's funny. I don't think that's funny because that hurts kids. It sounds like that child is obviously the baby in this situation, and that can be hurtful. Whether you're joking and laughing or whatever, that can start, make the baby start crying and stuff like that. And it's already underlying, starting this to cause a rift between the child and the father. And even though you're doing it in a joking manner, it's really not funny to kids because it's not like kids can, read sarcasm or read these playful jokes. And again, this is on Father's Day.
I am joking. I'm just joking.
We're divorced. Happy Father's Day. You're a single man. You're a single man, friend. Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, I got my court papers. Thank you.
Here's his divorce paperwork. It got delivered on Father's Day. Happy Father's Day.
Who want to holler at me? Holler at me.
He's a single man, ladies. He's up for grabs. He's up for grabs. All right. They looking for a stepmama, Nibby, right here. They're looking for a stepmama. apparently that's not funny. Okay? That's not funny. And what a lot of these women do, okay, based on the climate that's going on right now in regards to relationships, right? Based on the fact that, it's this kind of men versus women thing. And TikTok is a specific place where women go on to bash their husbands, bash their ex-husbands, bash men, tell men that they're not wanted, they're not needed, nobody likes you, nobody cares about what you have to say. And so that's why women get this, gumption to say, okay, I'm going to post this video. It's going to go viral. A lot of women are going to be on my side and support me because remember, we all can't stand men. We're all divorcing our husbands. We're all unhappy. And so this is a group that we can all come together and, throw a party. What then she had to do, what all these women have to do, which is make a follow-up video explaining the initial video because it didn't hit like she thought it would. I owe you guys a story time. I was not expecting that video to blow up, and even more so, was not expecting y'all to be trolling me like that. I will give you guys a story. Girl, yes you was. You dropped a divorce video on Father's Day of the two of y'all high-fiving. You must have watched TikTok enough to know that video was definitely gonna go viral. Girl, please. Time, but I do want to talk to my ex-husband because I don't want to embarrass him too much, and I don't want to make him sound like he's this horrible person. Hold on a second. First of all, I don't know why she sped up the video, but also, what do you mean you don't want to embarrass him? That's not the, the attitude we were getting from the initial video. It definitely seemed like there was some kind of embarrassment on his side. Definitely was, made to seem like he done dropped the ball in some kind of way and left this wonderful woman out there for another man to be able to retrieve. You took a video of him signing the divorce documents and didn't keep that between you guys and posted it on social media, advertising him being single, like somebody please come get this man. And now you're saying that there was nothing about embarrassment in your mind? Because I promise he's not. He did do some horrible things to me, and I mean, I'm not perfect. I did some crazy things to him too. Ultimately, yes, he did cheat. And for all those, oh, you're supposed to be married till death do you part, I took him back after that, okay? And he not only just cheated, there was a lot more to that. We'll get into that. But I did try to make it work. I did. I felt really guilty. And for all you guys talking about, I'm so happy, I was literally almost on my bed last year. I'm talking about therapy 3 to 4 times a week, okay? I had 10 hours of therapy a week, okay? To the point that they almost committed me. And I wasn't always happy. This is the end, okay? You guys didn't see the before, okay? I'm just showing you guys the end. And this is a happy moment for both of us, okay? He's good, okay? I just called him to let him know to read the comments on my TikTok for all y'all that are rooting for him. He said he's good, okay? And for all y'all talking about he should have been with the black queen, he done already moved on to another white girl. And if you really must know, I'm half Latina, okay? My mama from Guatemala, okay? So, yeah. Okay, this is full. We need to hear from him. Okay, I don't care what you say he said or what you said y'all talked about. We need to hear from his side of the situation because obviously we can't take your word for nothing. Because so far you said that you wasn't trying to embarrass him. That's one thing. Then you are, saying stuff to your daughter like, I don't know. I'm seeing a side of you that is probably not your best, and maybe you didn't use your better judgment when trying to formulate this video. I'm not really sure, but again, the fact that you had to make a clarity post means that the initial post, like I said, didn't hit like you thought it was going to. And all y'all worried about the $10K a month, that was a joke. That man is not paying me $10,000 a month, okay? I have to pay him, all right? This beautiful house that I get to live in, I didn't just get it, okay? The house with the kids, yeah. I gotta pay him for that, all right? Yes, he has to pay me child support. I have 2 of his kids. So I'm not just after it for the money. Oh, and guess what? I forfeited all of my rights to everything that I was entitled to, okay? Because guess what? I didn't care about the money. I cared about my peace more, okay? I just wanted to be out of that relationship because all of the trauma that I've gone through, which I will give you guys all that. Just not tonight. I'm tired. I wasn't expecting this. I need to get ready. I'm going on vacation this week. And for everybody saying this is not anybody's business, yeah, you're right. But this is my TikTok, and I post my life and what I'm going through. And this is a pretty big moment for me. But yeah, just stick around. I promise I will give you guys a story time. There's so much, and it's really hard to pack it all in. So they'll probably be looking separate stories, but I'll try not to make it too much because I know how annoying that is. But I promise I'll give it to y'all. I promise. So stay tuned.
Our body doesn't need to be fixed. Our body doesn't need one supplement after the other of filling in the gap. What our body needs is a reminder of how to do what it already knows.
But it's hard for you to, talk about the fact that you didn't mean to do it in a certain way, or that's not the intention that you had on this guy. And then you talk about like it's your personal pace, and it is. But when you are, using your personal page on a public platform that is not private, that other people who don't know you have the ability to then come on and comment their opinions on that, you can't be mad about that. Because if you had a private page that was only, surrounding your friends and your family, and you got backlash from the people, that's one thing. But when other people are coming at you, you can't really be defensive about that, because we wouldn't have known you or that situation if you did not put that on social media. Okay. Now, when she talked about, the child support or whatever the case is, they're getting a divorce. There's ramifications that are in place. You know how we always talk about marry before you carry. She had 2 kids with that man in their marriage. They filed for divorce. And so immediately there's going to be something drafted up that says, okay, you get this amount of time, you get this amount of time, you get this amount of money, you get this. And that's the scenario. Bottom line. Okay. She's getting the house with the kids. And so now he has to help assist, when it comes to the children, whatever the situation was. But obviously he didn't seem, he had some questions about some things, but he still signed all the papers. So I don't got nothing to say about that. But okay, she made the initial video. She made a clarity video. Now she's making another clarity video about the clarity video and the initial video.
Hey y'all, I just wanted to come on here really quick because I'm the type to just be in my comment section and want to reply to everybody. And I just want to let you guys know that that video was no way me advocating for divorce. I actually very much so believe in marriage.
I think that this woman, no shade to you, sis, at all. I don't know you. Only thing I know from you is the things that you constantly keep presenting online. But I just feel like you need somebody to consult before you keep dropping these videos. Okay? You see, there's a difference in conversation when you say, I can see, I saw a lot of people in my comments. I'm just using this for an example. I'm not telling you how to be. I'm just saying of how it's going to be received from the same people that you put in your business. Okay? There's a difference in conversation of like, hey, I put this video up and it's based off of what I'm going through in my personal situation, but I still believe that people should be married or whatever. That's not what you said. You said, yeah, I'm happy. I'm ready to be free. Like everything was about this joyful moment of divorce. And so, yes, it does come across that you are, celebrating divorce. That's what it comes across like.
And have always wanted to be married, and I still hope that I will be married again someday. People in the comments saying that I'll never be married again after this or whatever. And for everybody saying, throwing all your Bible verses at me, I didn't realize there was so many godly people out here, but I love that for y'all. I actually just found my way back to God in October. So I guess problem number 1 in our marriage was that Jesus was not the center of our marriage. We did not go to church. We did not read our Bible, nothing like that. I have since starting my healing journey, again, found my way to God.
I want to say something, okay? And this is not at all coming from a religious perspective, because I think religion in and of itself can be very divisive. Hello, we see everything that's going on in the world right now. But I definitely think that there has to be some kind of center. And what I often see, more times than not, is that there's conflict going on within the marriage. There's issues going on with both parties within the marriage. And you're trying to solve these problems by yourself without any center. And what's ironic is that after these situations go away and after you realize after the divorce or after the separation that the marriage the divorce from the marriage did not solve all of your unanswered questions, your problems, the hurt, the ruminating thoughts in your mind, then you seek out, outside help, whether it's whatever religion, whatever belief system. And then you have this peaceful moment. But what if you use those tools within the situation? And I'm going to give you guys a perfect example of that. Tia Mowry was the same way. She left the marriage and went on this whole soul searching journey, only to go, from all kinds of different, spiritual walks of life to say that she now went back to, her base, which I think was Christianity or whatever the case. But it's like, what if you did this searching as a unit within your marriage? Maybe you would have a very different outcome. Then now leaving that situation, then going outside and still trying to replicate what you already had. Trying to find a stepdad for your kids when that's their real father. You guys obviously have some kind of jovial situation. You have some kind of camaraderie between one another. And so what would the difference have been if those tools would have been used?
Ladies, listen up. The video showing the pink salt trick that melts belly fat while you sleep has already passed 21,000 views on TikTok. Want to see how simple it is to make? I'll show you right now. Honestly, I don't want to sound rude, but I'm done repeating this pink salt trick. This is the last time I'm sharing it.
Read my Bible. I joined small groups. I'm doing a lot of things that I probably should have done a long time ago. But you live and you learn, right? I will say, now I can't go out here, throwing all these Bible verses at you because I am a rookie when it comes to the Bible. Like I said, I just started this, right? But I do know that it does say in there that adultery is grounds for divorce. And that is why we got this divorce.
Yeah, but I think didn't she say in the beginning of the video that she cheated on him too? And then he cheated on her and then she stayed. So I'm confused. Like, if you reconcile after adultery and then you still leave for said adultery, that's weird to me. Because how did you get to the point of reconciliation?
For those saying that I cheated, no, I didn't. I was faithful to that man for our entire marriage. Yes, while we were separated, I partook in some activities that I probably shouldn't have because, again, we were still legally married. That doesn't make it right. But again, that was after we have already separated.
But you brought to the conversation, and we're going to have to run a clip.
He did do some horrible things to me, and I mean, I'm not perfect. I did some crazy things to him too.
And so, based off of what you said, that's why they're saying this. Like, I love when people post this stuff, and then they act like people are, oh, well, you got it wrong. They're only going off of what you said.
Again, doesn't make it right. So I guess you could say I still cheated. But that was after we had both decided that we were just roommates at that point. We were cohabitating because, I mean, in this economy, it is very hard to live off of one income. And I've been with that man since I was 19 years old. So I've never been like truly on my own. So yeah. And here I am about to go to my part-time job after working all day at my full-time job because I don't really get $10,000 a month. That was a joke.
I want people to hear this too, right? You know, sometimes when some women get married very young, oftentimes, they, stay in that situation, they stay in the marriage, and, if it wasn't for the era of social media, they would probably be in those marriages until, whatever. But what begins to happen is that as they age, sometimes they start saying like, well, I never got to live on my own. And then they start seeing people on social media, women who are the same age as them, who maybe have kids that are single, that beat to their own drum, that don't have to consider somebody else, that don't have to consider the opinions of somebody else. And it seems, and it looks from the outside like that's freedom. And so these same women end up wanting that lifestyle that they don't have or have never had based off of them getting into these relationships. And so, if I'm being very honest, sometimes I feel that they find, caveats to be able to say, oh, you see, you're not good to me. I get to leave now and I finally get to do what I've been wanting to do, but you never gave me the reason to be able to do that.
Just want to put that out there again. Just recently launched a new business, an organizational business. So that's what I'm about to do because homegirl has got to get this money, right? So yeah, I just wanted to come on really quick just to say that. Again, I am going to do a story time, but I do have to work on my delivery because apparently my humor is not everyone's humor. I thought that was a funny video because, again, we were celebrating. To us, it was a good moment. I get divorce is a failure, but for us, it wasn't.
It wasn't funny because of the climate of what's going on. And I think you know that. I just feel, I could be wrong, but I just feel like you already know that. Hence why you posted the video, because you thought it was going to do the opposite of what it actually did.
It's not. And if you know us, people that do know us, everyone was supportive of our decision, even the God-fearing Christians in our lives. They knew that this divorce was supposed to happen. So yeah, I'll be back, but just wanted to clear that up. And please don't be so mean to me, okay? I'm very sensitive, okay? And I want to defend myself. I am such a good person, okay? I have a good heart. I do. I promise. I have a good heart. I'm not some crazy white woman that destroyed this black man's life. I promise. I promise.
Why does she keep mentioning race? She mentioned it before when she said that people said that he should have been with a black woman. She's mentioning it again. You know, I don't know if it's some kind of insecurity that she has that they were in a biracial relationship based off of the comments she's reading. But if you watch this video, girl, first of all, you made this bet. You made this bet, okay? Because you posted this conversation. Nobody would have any idea. But also, I feel like you just need to stay out of the comment section. And I think you need to stop trying to overcorrect yourself at this point. Because I just think it just keeps drawing it out even more and making it a lot worse.
And never mind. So yeah, I'll be back. Bye, guys.
He's acting like he knows how to read.
Make sure.
Hi. So this video was sent to me on TikTok, okay? And the description of this video was, this man's sister called her out because this woman slept with her ex-husband's best man that was at their wedding and is acting like he was the bad guy in the marriage. Okay? That's how it was delivered to me. I have not watched it. We're going to watch it right now.
That man that was in that video is my brother. And yes, he did look sad, but it wasn't because of that divorce. It's because our sister is no longer, and that happened just that Wednesday. And instead of getting consoled by his wife or like supported, we have her gleaming and happy like the week of our sister passing. Mind you, our sister helped with the raising of her kids.
This is a metal roof, and this is a metal roof, and you guessed it, this is a metal roof. Erie Home has over 20 different metal roofing styles that'll keep you guessing whether it's metal or asphalt. Click to schedule your free quote today.
I take this little 2-ounce shot every single day. It is delicious, by the way. One of these is equivalent to 17 cold pressed turmeric shots. So you get a boost of all the stuff that your liver needs. If you got bloating after a meal, you got low energy, your skin's looking a little rough, all these can be signs that your liver maybe is not functioning the way it should be. Because like I said, its job is to filter and break down everything and all those unwanted elements that come into your body. But if you need something, it's not a powder, not a pill. If you're not into all that stuff, Dose is a great option. Throw it in the fridge, has a monthly subscription, so you don't have to think about it. It shows up every single month. And if JoJo doesn't come take this guy, I might double up here.
That's diabolical. Okay? I'm just going to keep it real with you. I know, I don't know. I guess she said from the initial video, that woman said that the papers were delivered on that day. So I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't know any mail delivery service or divorce paper delivery services that happen on a Sunday. I'm not really sure. Or I don't know if it was the Monday after. I don't know. But she said Happy Father's Day. But what's strange is that if he is going through a grieving process, using that space to film this content and laughy, jokey within this situation, that is done in poor taste. Okay? That's crazy. Instead of you being empathetic, sympathetic, instead of you saying, you know what, we do have this, but let's wait till a different time, we can do it at any other time. Like, that just adds another layer to you sitting there rushing him and stuff like that, and him trying to process the situation. Because what if he's just signing this, but he's so emotionally full based off of whatever he's gone through with his sister passing and all that kind of stuff, that he's not even fully in his right mind to be able to handle this situation at the moment.
I just don't really like the fact that I'm watching a video of somebody painting my brother I can even say watching a video, you're in the comments painting my brother to be out a bad person, but you're not a victim. like at all. You cheated too, and you cheated with my niece's dad, with my sister. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me readjust myself because I heard best man. Now she's saying the niece's dad. So this woman cheated with somebody that had a baby with his. I'm confused. Let's run it back. My brother, her baby father. And it's like weird. And that was my brother's best man. So the brother's best man was his sister's baby daddy. Okay? Because sometimes these family trees get a little crazy. So the brother's best man was the sister, his other sister, a different sister's baby daddy. Okay? And so that's who she cheated with. The person who was the best man at their wedding. Like, please stop painting yourself out to be an innocent person, because even before then, I knew you before my brother did. Do you remember the night you met my brother? You know what type of stuff you were on? Please stop. Stop talking about my brother. Stop making him to be out a bad person. And the kids are watching. The kids are you have your own daughter in the comments arguing with grown women about opinions. 1. 2, you have your daughters calling my niece's dad uncle. Like, people in our hometown are laughing about this because people actually know who you are and what you've done in your past, before your kids and even after your kids. Stop. Like, I know you don't have anything to do in your free time. Because I don't even want to talk about, I know. Just stop talking about my brother, like making him to be don't do a story time. No story time, Ashley. No story time. Just leave my brother alone. Our sister just passed. Be a nice wife. Console my brother like he should have around the time that he cheated, in quotations, when our brother passed. Robbie, you remember that?
Plot twist, he doesn't have a brother. If you're talking about his sister, if it is this pale, like, white girl that says that is his sister, yes, that is, I guess, his sister. His parents did adopt her as a baby. If you knew us or knew her, you would know that she uses her platform to try and destroy any and everyone that she does not like. There is a lot of bad blood between her and I. She has been
Okay, hold on a second. There might be bad blood. There might be an issue between the two of you guys. She said she knew you first. It sounds like she has some, pent up emotions about you in particular. Yes, it does seem that way. You have a certain issue with her, whatever the case is. We don't care about none of that. Okay? We want to know if you was with the sister's baby daddy. We want to know if you was with the best man. We want to know if you actually did cheat. That's what we want to know. Please don't take forever to tell us the story, because you done told us all this other stuff. You said that man wasn't a good man. You said he cheated on you. You said all these things. So don't be on mute now when it is the opportunity for that other person to now speak. Please. I'm begging you.
Now she is so fun, playful, happy, energetic.
I'm switching the farmer's dog. I noticed that they're starting to actually act like puppies again. She has more energy, her digestion's great, her mood's better, and she's actually excited for every meal.
I wasted hundreds on curly hair hacks when this is what really worked.
thought I had wavy hair that was just dry and damaged from bleaching. I mean, I always had frizz. You guys kept telling me I might have curly hair. So I took Prose's hair quiz and I thought I had 2C waves, but it figured out that I had 3A. I also told them I have bleached hair and tend to get dry and itchy scalp. Then Prose customized an entire curly hair routine for me. This was a game changer. After one wash, my curls revealed themselves. Look at this spiral. And Prose really listens. They created a purple conditioner for me, and it's colored with butterfly pea flower, so it naturally tones my hair with every wash. This custom hair mask has been a lifesaver. My hair still feels healthy and soft after bleaching. Like, I'm shocked at how shiny and smooth my curls are. And I actually use less products now because my formulas are customized to meet all my hair goals. So I don't need 10 different products to achieve defined, bouncy curls. This is your sign to take the Prose quiz and get 60% off your first order.
Lying to the internet about me since like MySpace days. Not just me, but like anybody that that she dislikes. She's had a very large following since the age of 13. Those that know her know. I'm not gonna put this girl on blast because I'm not here to like be an internet bully. But those that know. She's grown now. I think she's like in her 30s. So I mean, it was expected when she was a child. She was very immature and will just go out of her way to destroy me or anybody on the internet. I didn't realize that she was still like that. So I would just really consider the source. She doesn't like me right now, or maybe not ever again. I don't really know. We go through these phases where we were cool, and then we're not cool, and then we're cool, and we're not cool, we're cool, we're not cool. Some of the times that we've not been cool has been very, very, very ugly.
Based on the fact that she is giving a backstory of why to discredit the source that we heard this information from, is leading me to believe that everything that girl said in that video was true. Because if it wasn't, you would lead with that.
And yes, I get that the timing is not right because absolutely right. He did lose his sister unexpectedly last year. Me and that sister were actually very, very close. And she was fully supportive of the decision to leave and understood why. And her and I have actually talked a lot. And I was actually helping her through her healing journey. But as far as the sister that's bashing me now, I don't know what she's saying because I have her blocked.
But last year or last week? Did you misspeak? Because you said last year, but did you mean last week? Because she said something happened to the sister on the Wednesday.
And yes, he did look sad, but it wasn't because of that divorce. It's because our sister is no longer, and that happened just that Wednesday.
Then I've done things I'm not proud of. We all have. We're human. But you're not going to sit here and make it look like I'm this horrible person that has ruined his life. Because one thing about me is I don't lie. I might withhold some information to save feelings and to, save people's reputations, but I do not go out of my way to lie to destroy anyone's reputation or character or anything like that. So you can bet that anything I say is the absolute truth. I might not put it all out there, but what I do put out there is 100% true. And I'm sure that anybody that knows her or has had beef with her, been on her bad side, can vouch for me that they've done the same, that she's done the same to them. Again, that's what she does. She uses her platform to try and destroy anybody. It hasn't worked before. I mean, she went on this huge thing back in 2010 when him and I had our daughter, saying that.
I don't care about none of this. Tell us about the best man. I don't care about none of this. Tell us about the best man, girl.
I tried to be nice and ask her not to do all this. You're on live saying that my brother sells. And it's kind of weird because you dropped my nieces off to them. And also, yeah, I wasn't around my family for 4 or 5 years. That year, my brother, that was a cousin that was like a brother to me, he passed. I told you guys that. Then my uncle passed. And then after that, my grandfather passed. And then after that, my sister passed from my blood-related family. And then I found out her daughter and also her daughter's sister was being shmeshmested. And everybody in the family knew about it but me. And I didn't want to call the police on my family. That's weird. I didn't want to call CPS. I just didn't want the kids to be left alone in a room together. And the niece that made the video, she was the one.
You see how when you let people talk, if you're a logical person, if you're an energy person, a spiritual person, I feel like when you let people talk long enough, you're able to figure out who's who in the conversation. And it's so ironic because if you look at this girl, I'm just keeping it real, you know, she got a whole tattoo on her throat. Okay? On her throat, chest, throat, face, piercing in the middle of her face. You know, the other one looks she has tattoos and stuff like that, but she looks a little bit more like refined, whatever. But this woman seems like she knows what she's talking about. Okay, this woman seems way more level-headed. She seems more logical in the way that she's articulating herself, in the way that she thinks. You know, when she has the conversation, it's very 1, 2, 3, ABC. When the other person has a conversation, she talks all over the world.
That pressed me and told me the whole story, and it traumatized me so much because I helped raise both of those little girls ever since they were born. And for somebody to sit there and say all these negative and bad things about other people, I don't even care to entertain it. She is who she is. I don't need to make money off of this. I don't need to try to be an influencer. You have my nieces twerking on your page. And my other niece's main focus is to try to be an influencer just like you. I'm on here lip singing and looking pretty. I don't do drama. My family doesn't do the internet. We're still mourning my sister. My nieces have to watch this. You guys. I know she doesn't care and nothing bothers her, but my nieces, her daughters, that I help raise have to watch this and watch me and her. I don't need to tarnish her name. I don't need to, I feel embarrassed, to be honest.
I think that it's a fair thing to say that, you know, when women go on the internet and they start exposing certain men or exposing men that they feel like they have ownership of, right? Because she was married to this man for however long and she spent, you know, however time with him. She feels that she has the authority and the right, because she was another person in that relationship, to say any manner of things about him, talk bad about him, talk good about him, talk about the fact that what he did negatively in the relationship, and she feels like she has the authority to do so. But there's also a truth that he also has family.
Ever had bloating so intense it stopped your whole day? I've been there. I'm Dr. Sarah Rahal, the founder and CEO of ARMRA. True gut freedom isn't complicated. It's just not what we've been told. That's why I founded ARMRA, nature's original gut blueprint. ARMRA combats bloating and constipation, fuels your metabolism.
And that family, if they so choose to, have the right to come and defend him if they want to do that. And so it's a thing where you're going back and forth and you're upset that somebody else is saying something, but you started this conversation. Again, this girl would not be on the internet talking about you and your baby daddy that we would know of if it wasn't for you starting the conversation and then doubling down on the second video, then trying to reel off that he was a cheater and this and that and he wasn't the best person and all that. Like, you did that.
My nieces have to watch this. That's the only thing that bothers me is the kids are involved. Do you want to know how my niece feels about being viral? This is how she feels about going viral. And just look at the shirt that she has on the billboard. And I think she had to be 12 or 13 with a belly shirt. And that's the type of things that I don't want for my niece.
That's what I'm saying. The girl with the throat tattoo, okay, I don't know her name, but the girl with the throat tattoo, she got it all together. She's like, hold on, y'all. I might look a certain way, but let me just tell you, I don't believe you should be raising kids like this. I don't believe that 12 or 13-year-olds should have on belly shirts. I don't believe that her mom should have put her on time in Times Square or whatever. And she's a young girl. Look how mortified she was. Like,
I just got a text that she is crying about what's going on. No little kid wants to hear about stories like this. This app is for fun stuff. I understand there's a growing side of TikTok. Nobody wants to hear their own business on here, especially when their sibling just passed.
Dang, y'all are making me work today. No, I did not cheat on him with his sister's husband. He has 2 sisters aside from her, if that's what you want to call her.
she was adopted by their family. That's his sister. So again, you trying to have this hierarchy of you being closer to the family or in closer proximity to the family is very telling of the type of person that you are, because If they raised that little girl since she was a baby, how is that not his sister? And using that as a dig to discredit her, it's very telling.
One was married, and I wouldn't touch that man with a 10-foot pole. You couldn't pay me $1 million to touch that man. His other sister has never been married. If she is referring to, and again, this doesn't make it right, but her sister or his sister has a child who is with this man, and that relationship is 23 years old. Okay, again, it doesn't make it right, but they were together in like middle school. Okay, so
you took all this time just to let us know that you really did what she said that girl said that you did, even though you told us that she was a pathological liar and nothing she said is true and it's never happened and it's not the truth. So you really mean to tell us that you took us through all of the stuff about your dad, you're this, you're that, this, you discredited her, you gave us her whole life story from 13, all this information just for you to come back and tell us that that's exactly what happened and that girl was telling the truth? You could have saved that. Okay? You could have saved 2-3 videos.
it's not like as bad as she's trying to make it seem. I get it's not ideal, right? But we can't help who we like. Okay, I'm sorry. And it was a mutual decision, so whatever. And yeah, so I was gonna get to that, but people love to tell my story for me. But since she wants to air that part out, the part that I was saving for a story time was the whole adultery thing. And I will give like a full story time on it. But just, you know, to keep y'all engaged, I guess, the whole adultery thing, it was multiple times, but the last, or the one that, like, what was it? What's the saying? The straw that broke the camel's back, it was with a, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I don't know if she was officially but I know that she did exchanges she did favors for, again, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. So he was supplying a girl's vet addiction in exchange for SE. A girl that is the same age as his oldest daughter. So again, it's a lot.
Y'all both trifling, okay? Now, I don't know if that is 100% the truth of the story. This could be your rendition, because you did just call his sister a liar and then turn around and, it's all actually true. So I don't even know what you're saying to be true. But regardless, y'all both trifling, okay? That seemed like a toxic relationship. Y'all was both trifling. It was very, a high school-esque, tit for tat. You do this, he does this, he does this, you do this. Y'all still stayed together in the drama and the problems and whatever the case is. And so now I'm starting to understand the celebratory moment.
Let's play a quiz called Who Wants to Be an Ex-Husband? Now, I'll ask the question and just guess the answer, okay? Question number 1. When a man realizes their marriage is rocky, what's one of the first things that he should do? If the answer is something along the lines of buy her flowers, take her on romantic dates, try to fix it with all these gestures. I'm sorry, but that's the wrong answer. Let's try again. Question number 2. When a man tries to fix things, it's important to talk about what? If the potential answer is problems, sorry, wrong again. All right, one more try. Final question. In a man's effort to improve the marriage, the most important activity the couple needs to do together is what? If the answer is something along the lines of couples therapy, then no, wrong again. See, there's a reason why your mind came up with these answers or similar ones to fill in the gaps. It's because media, pop culture, society as a whole repeat them as parrots. Some do it out of malice, sure, but most are doing it out of sheer ignorance. Just think about it. If those things were as effective as everyone claims, would 50% of marriages end up in divorce? Of course not. These common knowledge solutions, they don't work, but men don't know about anything else. And that's why they're doomed to use them at their own harm. However, after my decade-long experience working as a licensed therapist and helping hundreds of men save their marriages and win their wives back, I found a new counterintuitive solution that actually works. I call it the 5-step ERA method, and it helped men around the world experience results like this.
That was a Sunday, and by Tuesday night, we were intimate. Like, you can't make this stuff up, Josh. You know, I mean, and like we've already talked to therapists and we've told them where we are, and they're like, this is unheard of. People don't reconcile this strong and this fast. We're 2 weeks in, and I feel like I'm more in love with her than I've been in years.
Now, I want to share this method with men who need it, but I need more time to do that. That's why right now, if you click the link down below this video, what's going to happen? It's going to take you to a new page where you can register for the 5-step ERM method. Now, the training is free, it's detailed, and it's less than 30 minutes, and it's the exact same video. All the guys that save their marriage, they watched first. Now, I know there may be some skepticism, thinking my situation is unique. Who is this guy? How can I trust him? I totally get that. That's why the video is free. All it takes is 30 minutes to have the opportunity to save the marriage. In the very least, stop the bleeding and have a chance to repair it. Now, if she's important to you, just click the link down below, watch the free training, and I promise you, you will leave there in the very least with new information to help you become a better man to win her back.
If you're working 40 to 60 hours a week, making other people rich, and you don't have the time freedom that you need to follow God's call for your life, and you want to learn how to build wealth, possess land, take territory, and give your time back to kingdom-driven causes, it's so important right now. Take a second, stop what you're doing, get away from the noise. I personally believe Christians called to business should get wealthy as quickly as possible, because God is looking to transfer resources into our hands to bring change to this earth. We are his hand and feet. He wants us to provide for our family. He wants us to provide for future generations. And he wants to use us to promote his kingdom on this earth, to live our lives from a position of overflow, where we could sow resources into this world. We could feed the hungry. We could rescue the trafficked. We could build schools and dig wells and see more souls won for his kingdom. And that's why, after building a multi-million-dollar business based on his principles, sowing more now than I ever thought I'd make back into the kingdom, and teaching 2,167 Christians, to be exact, the strategies that I've used, I built what I like to call the Christian Investor 3-phase wealth battle plan that'll help you free up more time for God, more time for your family, and more time to build his kingdom. Click the button around this video and check it out. Now, I do have to tell you, though, it's not for everybody. I believe that every child of God has their own mission, their own purpose, their own assignment. But the pages that you're about to read were written specifically for the kingdom builder interested in using business to fund missions all around the world, support charitable causes, dedicate more time to ministry and helping others, to give more than just our tithe back to the local church and community. This is the calling of the kingdom builder. Those that as God is calling, he's raising up an army to go into the marketplace and bring change. He gave me this call 20 years ago. And the pages that you're about to read will break down how you could avoid many of the mistakes that I made, many of the lessons that I had to learn the hard way. But you could also learn the strategies that we have used within our community really to start a movement. And you'll learn more about that in the coming pages. So go to the next page to get started. If this is your calling too, if you know God is calling you to serve in the marketplace, to be part of this movement, click the button around the video. I can't wait to see you on the other side. God bless you.
Okay? Now I'm starting to get to that. But what I think would have cut out all this noise is if in the second follow-up video, when you tried to double down, instead of saying, you know, that he cheated and he did this and he did that, you could have saved us all a lot of time if you would have just said, hey guys, you know, I know that seems a certain way, but you guys don't understand how trifling that marriage was. Okay? He was trifling and I was trifling. And so we got to share in a certain moment because we knew that we had done broke the chains to do something better for ourselves. But I still believe in marriage. I still agree that people should get married. But if y'all only knew what we did to each other, y'all would have been clapping too. The sister would have had nothing to say. nobody would have had nothing to say. But you didn't do that. You did what a lot of women do when they have these certain conversations, which is start to, victimize yourself to make yourself seem like you are, Mother Mary, when you was just as trifling. Okay, that's just my personal opinion. You done got the sister involved. The sister done came and out of your business, and then the more that the sister start telling your business, the more you start telling this man business. This man was, he had nothing to do with the situation. He was just in the video, signed the papers, complied, and kept it pushing. Now, the more his sister talked, instead of getting back at his sister and saying something about the sister, you keep going in and diving deep on this man that you said that you never wanted to embarrass. And all roads lead to you keep embarrassing this man. This is some mess. This is so messy. And again, we would not have known this mess if this woman did not decide to bring it to the internet, the wonderful world of TikTok, in hopes to get other women to side with her, in hopes that it was going to hit like, oh yeah, all women, flock to her and say, yes, queen, you deserve so much better, blah, blah, blah. That's not what happened. I like to know what you guys think about this in the comment section down below. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this entire situation. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up, and I will see you guys in the next one. Love you.
Through Rula, it's easier to connect with a therapist who specializes in you. Tell us what's important, and we'll provide a curated list of in-network providers. Explore your matches and pick the provider that feels like the best fit for you. Schedule your appointment, see a provider as soon as tomorrow, and join your video session from wherever you're comfortable. Your journey to quality care gets easier from here. Take the next step today.
She's my best friend, and I want to do the best for her. That's why I love the farmer's dog. Now she is so fun, playful, happy, energetic.
Since switching to the farmer's dog, I noticed that they're starting to actually act like puppies again. She has more energy, her digestion's great, her mood's better, and she's
My teeth never looked this good before, ever. It gives me more confidence. Without the shiny smile veneers, I didn't smile. I didn't want to go out, basically stayed inside. My confidence was gone. But from the time I put them on, it's like, I couldn't believe it. From the second you put them on, it boosts your confidence. I love going out now. I notice the difference, people smiling back at me. When we take pictures for work, I'm right there in front now. Beyond confidence, they feel great. They went on real easy. They're a snug fit. They don't feel like they're gonna fall off. They feel like my own teeth. I don't think my teeth have ever looked this good. My family can't believe how good my teeth look. They thought I went to the dentist and got thousands and thousands of dollars worth of work done. And I said, no, it's shiny smile veneer.
Who wants to pull another all-nighter? Who's gonna review a ton of evidence? You? No! Cecilia is. Behold, Disco's new AI assistant. Here it this weekend, have a weekend! Beast.
And then watched me get to the point where I was like, hey, I just need a break. Like, I'm literally so depressed. I'm losing my mind. I can't find anything. Can you please help me? And he said, no. I said, I'm actually thinking I'm going to be homeless. And he goes, well, plenty of millionaires have lived in their car before. Y'all keep asking for updates on a job. Update? I still ain't got one. Asking me about my daughter's father and the situation with that and why I couldn't ask him for help. So I'm going to do a story time of why I ghosted my baby father. I'm coming back from another day.
What's up, guys? It's Secret River, and I'm back again with another video. If you do not know who this face is on the screen, let me go ahead and give you guys a quick recap.
I no longer have the funds to afford these bills, but that's what's going on right now. And so I am vulnerable with my man, and I go, hey, I'm gonna need to stay with you. He sat there and he watched me struggle and then watched me get to the point where I was like, hey, I just need a break. Like, I'm literally so depressed. I'm losing my mind. I can't find anything. Can you please help me? And he said, no. So yeah. And so I said, hey, I'm actually scared that I'm gonna be homeless because I said, I'm actually thinking I'm gonna be homeless because I don't have a job and these bills keep coming and I can't do it no more. I'm tapped out of resources. And I think I'm gonna end up, if you don't let me live with you, I'm gonna end up in my car, living in my car, so like being actually homeless. And he goes, well, plenty of millionaires have lived in their car before. Talking about he's gonna get me a blanket for Christmas so I don't be cold.
So I could not bring you guys not only just an update to the situation, but also more information that I think would have been extremely valuable in the first conversation or first reaction video that we had about the entire situation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press play, and then I'm going to give you guys my thoughts, my opinions, my feelings about this entire scenario.
Y'all keep asking for updates on a job. Update? I still ain't got one. What else I'm supposed to say? I still ain't got none. Did nobody call me or nothing? Anyways, y'all hoes kept telling me, go to the plasma place. Go to the plasma place. So where am I? I'm outside the damn plasma place. They talking about I need my social security. I didn't know I needed all this. I just bought my ID. Y'all giving out advice? Can y'all tell me what I need before I go back these places? I need my social security card. Why I need that? You getting my blood. I'm not getting yours. And this time I have to make an appointment. I don't have my social security card. This is nowhere near my house. I ain't got enough gas. to go back to the house and come back. And I ain't got no money for no gas. So we're gonna go to Whole Foods anyways. We're gonna go to Whole Foods instead because it's between here and my house. And I got my EBT card, and I heard that they got oysters up in here for $1 if you got Amazon Prime, something like that. So I'm gonna get some oysters and I'm gonna get a steak because I got EBT. I don't have to, no more peanut butter. I was getting peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, y'all, and I was cutting it in half, and I was having half of it for breakfast and half of it for dinner. We don't have to do that no more. We don't got to do that no more.
Now, before we move on, I mean, obviously, the crashing out is getting to an all-time high at this point. Like, at this point, are you okay? Like, at this point. But also, I wanted to mention that, this person obviously has a vehicle. Now, I'm not sure if maybe she feels like she's above certain jobs or whatever the case is, but like, I don't know if she's applying at her local grocery stores or whatever the case is. I don't really know what the situation is. All I know is that most of the time when you have a vehicle, you have a job, right? Because you can deliver food, you can deliver groceries, you can deliver for Amazon. Like, there are a lot of options nowadays, so I'm not sure exactly if maybe she's just waiting for the right position for herself, but that's just besides the point. I think a lot of people are truly asking her for an update, not, maybe some of them are genuinely concerned, but I think more so because they're like, here you are coming online every day telling us all your business about what's going on with this guy when you could be using that same exact time and actually filling out applications or trying to, put your energy into getting a position to get out of the situation that you're actually in. But there's a lot more to the story that has been unveiled. So let me just go ahead and press play.
Everybody on my timeline is talking about how they're so mad that they had to go back to work this week and they don't know what to do with themselves. I don't have no damn job. You talking about you mad that you got a job, man? There's a lot of comments calling me a bum. I'm talking about my scar, my Frank Lucas coat, calling me chopped cheese. I don't even know what that means, but nobody called me ugly.
I hate to break it to you, but chopped cheese is normally, like when somebody says, oh, you're chopped, that normally means ugly. I hate to break it to you. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that's what it usually means. So, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but just being honest with you.
Anyways, people were asking me about my daughter's father and the situation with that and why I couldn't ask him for help. So I'm going to do a story time of why I ghosted my baby father because he was gay.
All right, so before we get into this new story time, I wanted to talk about the fact that she has a child. You see, when the first initial situation happened in which she was talking about trying to forcibly stay with her ex who did not want her to stay with him.
What is happening, people? Frank here from Inside the Garage. On this edition, we're covering how to handle those squeaky brakes.
I did not see any inclination that this woman actually had a child. There was absolutely no space, droplet, tidbit of information that would have led me to believe that a woman who has been in a relationship with a man who is living with other men because he has roommates would voluntarily take their child with them to go live up in this house with this man and 2 other men that they do not know. Can we just talk about that for a second? It was bad enough that she was already going through a struggle point and she was trying to forcibly stay, with this man who she's in a relationship with who did not want her to obviously stay with him. It's even worse now knowing that you wanted this man to not only house you, but also wanted him to house your baby daughter.
Mind you, I said he has his own house, his own 3-bedroom apartment in a nice neighborhood. He also has a best friend. His best friend lives with him, mind you, and has been living with him for however many years. He's lived there almost the whole time he's lived there. And so I'm like, if his best friend can live with him, why not his girlfriend? He's also not the only person that lives in that house, okay? He has this Asian guy that is living with him in the 3rd bedroom.
Do you watch TV, movies, information? Like, what would make that, what would make that situation make sense? And again, she has openly said that she did not know who these other two people are. She does not know them. She barely knows information about the person she was even in a relationship with. She barely knows his business. When she asks him questions, he deflects and doesn't respond. But now you were trying to take your child and your stuff and go live in the house with him and two strangers? Are you crazy? No, ma'am. But I'm interested to hear this story time because I did not hear it. All I saw was the picture, the thumbnail where it talked about her baby daddy, and I was like, baby daddy? You have a child? And you were trying to take your child with you to this man's house? With these two people, two men you don't know? But we're going to go ahead and press play because I just have a feeling based off the initial video that this is going to be a lot of accusatory conversation based on the fact that, in the first video, a lot of things weren't clicking. So let's see what she has to say.
Okay, so I met my daughter's father in high school. Okay, I met him at a football game at our high school, and then we connected on Instagram. We started hanging out. Really, at that point, I really had no experience with anything or anybody. I had no experience with men or relationships or anything like that. Fast forward, when I got pregnant, I called him first before I told anybody, and he basically was like, oh, I knew you were going to do this. He said that his mom had told him that he couldn't have children because of some medication that he was taking when he was younger. Obviously, that was a lie because I'm pregnant.
But you see, I knew, because in the first conversation, she made a lot of points that made absolutely no sense and was bobbing and weaving the accountability, just like in the last video, she talked about how she put him out. And then a couple of days later, she was asking him if she can come stay with him. This is a very similar situation. Why are you deflecting from the fact that this guy said he knew you were going to do this? Why would he have made that statement? What was the reasoning behind this man saying, I knew you were going to try to do this stuff with me? That man is saying that you have something in you that he thought that you were going to try to trap him. Why would this man say that?
First of all, and like I said, I hadn't done anything before that. Like, I was in high school, I was 16. I hadn't done anything before that. He talked about it, and basically he said that having a child would ruin his rap career. And that's what he told me. He said he could not ruin his rap career. My mom called him when we were in the hospital to let him know, like, his first daughter was born. And his response was, okay, so what do you want from me? Do you want money? What do you want from me? So that was kind of it for a while. I think a year kind of went by, and I never really talked to him. I felt like at that point, y'all know, when a man starts talking crazy, you can just leave. Like,
but if you're 16, I'm assuming he's maybe 16, 17, your mom called him, but what about his parents? Like, was there ever a family meeting? Everybody sit down. This is the situation. This is the DNA test. Like, what was the consensus? Because your mom communicating with a child about a situation with children involved, not just because, children are having children. Why wasn't there a conversation between parents, grown people, grown, mature people about this situation and how they were going to navigate? Because if he's now asking your mom, what do you want from him? It leads me to believe that there was no further communication with an adult. But
I don't need this. So he didn't really reach out, didn't see her, didn't come see her, didn't send her any money or anything. Fast forward a year later, he is about to go to jail. So he contacts me, he reaches out to me, and he's like, I want to meet up with you to talk about this. I'm getting ready to go to jail. I thought it was weird because it's like, we haven't even talked. Like, why do we need to talk about, he's acting as if like we're some kind of a family unit, or as like he's been in her life, or when he hasn't been. So I'm confused on what we even need to talk about. You going to jail has nothing to do with me. It doesn't impact me or my daughter in any way. So we meet up at like a Walmart parking lot.
This is what I'm talking about.
A lot of people don't know this, but the best way to prevent divorce, stop separation, and win your wife back is not talking about your problems. It's not trying to make your wife happy. It's definitely not seeing a couples therapist. Now, you may be saying to yourself right now, well, if it's not those things, then what is it? But over the past 8 years as a licensed therapist, I've been absolutely obsessed with understanding why wives truly leave their husbands and what causes couples to restore their marriage, and I call it the ERM method. Look, I don't care if your wife told you that she wants space, she wants you to move out, she said, I love you, but I'm no longer in love with you. This is a done-for-you system with 3 steps involved to get your wife back without bending over backwards to make her happy. Now look, the reason why this works so well is because as a licensed therapist, I saw that the traditional method of talking about your problems only made things worse. I spent years in sessions with couples trying to talk about the problems, and I saw that I was just being a referee between both of them, and they would only leave worse than when they came in. That, coupled with seeing my dad go through a devastating divorce and what happened to him, caused me to spend the next 8 years of my life finally figuring this thing out for good. Over the course of those thousands of hours, that's where I developed a new method to help people like Joe. Now, Joe was on his second marriage when he came to me. He tried everything under the sun. He read all the relationship books. He did all the chores. He did all the things his wife complained about, but it only made things worse for him. That's when Joe saw a video of mine just like this, and he clicked the link down below to watch the same exact video you could watch to turn around his marriage. Not only is Joe thriving in the relationship, him and his wife are traveling more around the world. And the best part about all of it, Joe says that his wife completely let go of the past and even apologized for the things she did when they were going through separation. Now, if you want to discover the same 3 exact steps that Joe and hundreds of my other clients have used to turn their marriage around, click the link down below to watch a short, detailed masterclass of the ERM method. If you're thinking right now, this sounds too good to be true, or it's not going to work for me, look, as a licensed therapist, not only have I spent thousands of hours working with hundreds of clients over the past 8 years, but I've also traveled around the world speaking about this on stage. I've been featured on CBS articles, and my YouTube channel alone has millions of views helping men learn how to get their wife back using this exact method. Not only does this method work, but it's something you've never seen before. And just by showing up to the event, I'm going to give you my free 5-step convincing conversation. This bonus is a 5-step conversation script that you can copy and paste yourself. Have that conversation, change her mind about divorce, and start to open her up to want to work on the marriage with you again. All you have to do right now is click the link down below to attend the free training. Look, the reason why this method works so well is because every other solution out there only focuses on the problems. This puts pressure on your wife and makes you think you're manipulating her, and it reconfirms in her mind that you're not the guy for her. The emotional reset method completely flips this strategy on its head. It is a solution-focused approach that gets her to change her mind about divorce and wanting you back. Look, if your wife is your soulmate and your family is the most important thing to you, and you don't want to fail as a husband seeing another man raise your children down the line, then you owe it to yourself and your family and her to click the link down below, watch a short free training, and learn the ERM method for yourself to save your marriage for good. I'll see you there.
Our body doesn't need to be fixed. Our body doesn't need one supplement after the other of filling in the gap. What our body needs is a reminder of how to do what it already knows how to do. Colostrum is nature's first full food. Armor has 400 bioactive nutrients that work at the cellular level that your body was never meant to stop receiving. Taking Armor Colostrum is gifting yourself with the reminder of your body's own innate power. It's a reclaiming of your body's radical right to thrive.
If what you're saying is true, okay, and you had no communication, why did you go meet up with him? The same thing you telling us, why didn't you tell him that? I don't know. What do I need to meet up with you for? There's nothing for us to communicate. It's not going to change anybody's life. Like, why do I need to meet up with you? Why wasn't that what you're saying now? Why didn't you just say that? But you went. Why did you go? Was it for hope of getting your family back together? Like, these are the tidbits of information that are missing to make the story make sense.
And he tells me that he's going to jail, he has to turn himself in, and he gives me $300 for while he's gone, even though I don't know if that was just because he was like looking for somebody to hold him down in jail, because he had never given me any money before, and we never really talked before. He gave me $300, and then that was kind of the end of that conversation on that day. So when he gets out, like a couple of days after he gets out, he comes and he sees her for the very first time. And that was kind of it for at that point. He didn't come back to see her until later on that year on Christmas Eve. And really, he didn't come to see her. He just kind of came to see me. So he took me out on a date on Christmas Eve, fills my head with a bunch of lies. And it was at this point where things started to go downhill. We kind of get into a relationship at this point. So we start dating. Mind you now, when he got out of prison, he became this Muslim, this like stand-up guy. He's such a Muslim, may Allah do this. He got prayer time and stuff, but he won't see his own child. Here's where everything goes downhill. We're dating. I buy this car, straight out cash. I buy this 2021 all white, red interior, Scat Pack Charger. I buy this car. I come to him. He sees the car. And he's like, yeah, I want one of these. I want one of these. I'm like, you should get you one. He's like, I don't really have like the money to get it. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. We're laying in bed and he's showing me pictures of like different cars that he could buy off, like, I guess they're like cars that people have stolen and are reselling. That's the vibe I was getting. So I don't date scammers, thugs, criminals, none of that anymore. And he was basically like, yeah, this one is only $6,700. I wish I had that money. I wish I had that money. I know I'm gonna have the money next week, but I don't have the money now. And the guy is telling me that if I don't buy it now, like, it's not gonna be here next week, type, that kind of deal. And so he asked me, he's like, can I just borrow the money? I'll give it back to you in 2 weeks. And I said, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, I'll give you almost $7,000. We go to the bank, I pull it out in cash, I hand it to him in his hand. You sure gonna give it back to me in 2 weeks? He goes, yeah, I'm gonna give it back to you in 2 weeks. Boom, 2 weeks come and go. He's saying, oh, I need time. Mind you, y'all, he did not buy the car. I never saw the car. You know what I did see? Montclair, Louis Vuitton, Gucci. That's what I did see. I never saw a car. So he tells me like, oh, I don't have like a consistent job. I don't make money like you do. Even though the 2 weeks deadline was his deadline, he says that he needs more time.
You see, the more that you allow these people to come on and tell their stories, the more that they reveal that they're the ones that are the problem. Okay, what made you believe that this man was going to all of a sudden be somebody that you didn't even know him to be before he even went to jail? Like, what made you decide? And just like I said, she met up with him instead of telling him there's no need for me to meet up with you, because she wanted to be with him. That's what she wanted. And ironically, you have all this, grace and funding for this man who was, in and out of jail, whatever the case is. But the minute that the man who has the bills, the house, all this stuff tells you that you can't come live with him, you come on TikTok mad, angry, disappointed, upset because somebody enforced boundaries that you never had boundaries enough to enforce or set for somebody else.
To kind of get the money. Here's where things go really downhill. We start having an argument about sex because we ain't been having none. So I'm confused at like what's going on with that. Like, why are we not? And he tells me, I'm gonna post a screenshot. He tells me, oh, I'm not even gonna say it out loud. I'm just gonna post it for y'all to read.
So she said, I'm just confused on why I'm not getting 8. Not yet. I've known you for 6 years. I raised your kid by myself. I drive 6 hours every other week to see you, and I gave you thousands literally the morning after you asked. What exactly are you waiting for? He said, bruh, chill the F out. She said, I would sell.
Now she is so fun, playful, happy, energetic.
Since switching to the farmer's dog, I noticed that they're starting to actually act like puppies again. She has more energy, her digestion's great, her mood's better, and she's actually excited for every meal.
This girl is unhinged. Okay, I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to say it. She said that she would sell her soul to get a clear answer out of him on any subject. What do you mean chill? I'm chilling. She said, I'm finna ask you something, and before I say this, there really isn't a reason for you to get mad. You never know nowadays. He said, okay, talk to me. She said, are you down low or fruity? It's okay if you are. I'm not judging. I just noticed that you don't even like to touch the kitty. Is it me? He said, no, it's definitely you. I never cared to play with kitty, to be honest, even growing up. I love women, but I don't like to play around and touch those things. That's not what I'm into. Okay? Now, this whole thing is crazy, and it's crazy because of how she started off with it. She's the one who jumped into the conversation with all of this, intense energy of trying to be with him, trying to be intimate with him. Then she started with the allegations, all this kind of stuff, and he said, no, it's definitely you. He answered. She said she wanted a straight answer, and he answered. He said, it's definitely you. You're the problem.
So clearly, in my mind, you're gay. It's giving, why are you gay? You're gay. You're gay. So I told him at that point, like, hey, I want my money back that I gave you. I want it back right now. And I just think we should not talk to each other ever again. Like, you're not doing anything for your daughter, and you're gay. Like, you can, and also I should have known. He's from Atlanta. He is overly masculine. He's 5'2". Like, come on, babe. I should have known.
This is so disrespectful. And it's the same thing. It's so ironic because the same guy that had the house, the good credit, the good job, all this stuff, the businesses, all those things, she was also aiding in the comment section, of basically calling that man gay as well. And so it's so funny that when men are with you and don't want to be intimate with you, don't want to do the things that you are trying to do, all of a sudden you are calling them gay instead of looking into yourself and saying, could I possibly be the problem? Could there be something going on with me that I don't know about? Could there be some kind of, things that you're giving off? Maybe it's you're too eager. What could it be that you are doing in these situations? If nothing else, we know for a fact that your picker is broken. And I can't even 100% say that it's all these men that you have been in relationships with, that it's their fault, because all roads are leading to you. You asked for a straight answer, and this man said you. Just because a man doesn't want to, do intimate things with his face, okay, just trying to keep it as clean as possible, does not mean that he does not want to be intimate with women. That part could just not be his thing. Nothing wrong with that. He don't want to be intimate with you. Maybe there was somebody else that he was already doing that with, and you wasn't fitting the criteria. You was maybe just the one, just keeping it real with you, that was just a part of the funding. Okay? Maybe you was the sugar mama in this situation. And maybe there was other options that he had that he was maybe even more attracted to. But to make this whole thing, this whole allegation, and call this man, out of his name over this situation, just because he said he didn't want to be with you, is wild business.
So I asked him for money back. He doesn't give me the money back. And I basically just end up blocking him, and I have never spoken to him again. So I guess this is basically the story on how I ghosted my baby daddy for being gay. He was actually gay. My ex, I don't think he was gay, but my baby daddy was actually gay, y'all. For people asking me, like, can I ask my baby daddy? I can't ask him for anything. I don't even know how to get in contact with him if I needed to get in contact with him. That's how good I blocked him. So
I think that we need to have more in-depth conversations with young women about how to date, what dating looks like, how to vet properly, how to align yourself, in situations that are going to give you the best result, and also how to be a good counterpart. And the reason why is because a lot of women are putting themselves into situations within relationships, putting themselves into foolishness, I should say, for literally no reason.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. Did you know that Mint's unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back?
Who is this?
I told you it's Ryan Reynolds.
This seems like a scam text.
This isn't a scam text.
If this is another wellness tea thing, I'm out.
Seriously, Mint's offering unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month right now. This isn't some pyramid scheme. There's no catch. It's just a great deal.
That's what someone who runs a pyramid scheme would say.
I don't even know how I got into this group chat.
No reason at all. She was 16, she made a mistake, whatever the case is. Her parents decided that she was going to bring forth that child. Knowing that your child is having a child with another child, you cannot be the person to try to hold that other person accountable. It is what it is. You got to take the L. But the fact that you decided to go back there and try to rekindle something and rebuild something off of no merit, throwing your money at this person, in my opinion, trying to buy the relationship is foolishness to me. And where was that same wise counsel around you in that situation? It don't make sense. And then again, instead of ever taking any accountability, looking at yourself, seeing if you are the problem, you are always categorizing men in these different ways. And again, making these heinous allegations against these men just because they are not doing things in the way that you think that they're supposed to be able to do it. Typical tactic.
I'm coming back from another day, and I really thought I could do this, like a date. If I get on the date and I'm just struck with this overwhelming feeling that I'm starting again, and I'll be a little bit vulnerable. I feel like I seem like I'm doing good, but when it rains, it pours, and I feel like the world crashed down on my head. And not only did I lose my job, but I lost my man. And I know he wasn't that good at knowing what I needed or what I wanted, but it doesn't make it, even if it was a bad man, which I don't think he was a bad man, even if he is, it doesn't make it any easier. Them not being good men does not make it any easier to move on.
This is why people are asking questions for updates, because you're going on dates. So are you looking for someone to pay your bills? Because that's what it's seeming like. It's seeming like you're going on these dates to find somebody to pay the bills since you can't find the job. That's what it seems like. It absolutely does not seem like you are putting as much effort into trying to take care of your child and figure out the situation as you are trying to replace or find or, get a new man. Is it that you're looking for somebody to save you? Because maybe if you were more forthcoming with that truth, maybe you would have different results since you're on the internet telling all your business. I don't know. But this is wild. You're, giving all these emotions about a relationship when you have bigger fish to fry and you have a child who's depending on you.
Or to heal, and you get back out in the dating world and you're looking at the person across from you and you're like, I don't even know you. You don't know me. I'm not comfortable here. And it's hard, especially after being with someone for a year, to come back out and have to date all over again. Because, I don't know you. You don't know me. You don't care about me.
A year is no time. Hate to break it to anybody out there, but a year is absolutely no time to know somebody. And she's talking about the fact that she's starting all over with somebody that she doesn't know, but from the first video, she was telling us that she didn't know that person either. She was like, oh, I would talk to him and he wouldn't give me no information and this and that. He was very secretive. So what are you talking about?
And these are probably questions I should have asked, but I didn't want to get too deep into his business. He's also super mysterious. Like, he answers questions in a way that makes me think that he don't want to answer them.
And what relationship were you really in? Because I really don't believe that you were in a relationship. I definitely believe it was a situationship that you thought it was more than what it really was. Again, why a lot of these young women need education.
Being a little bit vulnerable. I'm going to keep going on dates because the only way to get through it is to just get through it. This is the outfit that I wore to the date. I had on a coat. I had on this coat. And I hate wearing this corset because it's a little uncomfortable because when I look down, it seems like I'm all exposed, but I'm actually not exposed. The date was actually okay. Like, he was pretty nice. We went to this Asian restaurant. We had a lot of different conversations. He's 41. He's Ghanaian. I know, y'all, that is like a lot older than me. He's 41. He's Ghanaian. He works in finance. He was very well spoken, very educated. This was my second date today. I did go on 2 dates today because I just don't have time to waste. Like, I'm in this house all day, putting in job applications, feeling bad, feeling sorry for myself, and I don't want to sit here and feel sorry for myself.
No, don't lie to us. Honey, don't lie to us. Don't lie to us. You are putting in as much work, you're making it seem like you're putting in as much work finding a job as you are with finding a man because you want somebody to come and pay all those bills and take you out of this situation. You are hoping that in one of these, African men in finance are going to be able to save you from all the situation that you have put yourself in. Let's be honest. Don't come on here and lie. Okay? Don't do that.
Every freaking day that I don't have a job, I don't have a man, I can't make people hire me, but I can go on dates. So for all the girls out there that are worried about Valentine's Day and not having a Valentine for Valentine's Day, because I know the stores are putting all the merch out. It's actually torture. They're putting all the little they're putting all, everything is heart, pink, heart, pink, heart, red heart. For all the girls that are worried about not having a Valentine's Day on Valentine's Day, imagine not having a Valentine and also not having a job and also living in your car. Also worried about eviction.
Through Rula, it's easier to connect with a therapist who specializes in you. Tell us what's important and we'll provide a curated list of in-network providers. Explore your matches and pick the provider that feels like the best fit for you. Schedule your appointment, see a provider as soon as tomorrow, and join your video session from wherever you're comfortable. Your journey to quality care gets easier from here. Take the next step today.
Dick's Epic 4th of July sale is on. Take 20% off Bog Bags and Igloo Coolers, 25% off Stanley Drinkware, $200 off Callaway Irons and TaylorMade Drivers. Buy any DST item and get the second half price. Shop in-store or at Dicks.com.
It could be worse. If you watch me for nothing else but to feel better about yourself and your situation, then perfect. Because I'm a living testament, baby, it could be worse. It could always be worse. Even if it gets bad, it could be worse. Have a great night and go on that date because why not? Literally, why not? What do you have to lose except your self-respect, your dignity, your self-control? No, I'm just kidding.
Are you kidding? Because at this point, I mean, you went on 2 dates in 1 day, and what do you think that outfit is giving? Did you think that outfit is giving, classy, wife, whatever? Or do you think that outfit is giving, I'm ready and available to whoever's going to jump up on it and pay this light bill, rent, food, water, whatever it is that you have to pay? And again, that man that told you can't live with him, he absolutely, just in my opinion, dodged the bullet. Okay, he absolutely did, because he would have been inheriting all of this stuff, and just so you can live off of him, he would have inherited you trying to come in and dominate his house and tell him what's going to go on and what's not going to go on and what you're going to do, have to take care of your child and all this kind of stuff. And again, as he stated the last time in the text messages, if you were in a different space in life, maybe it would be different, but he does not want to, again, inherit you in this space just because you're vulnerable and you're trying to rush the brush of moving in with somebody because you can't do better for yourself in this situation. And again, last time in the conversation, she talks about wanting a break, and it looks like that's exactly the same vibe that she's on. Hence why, instead of putting her pedal to the metal all day long and trying to figure it out for her and her kids, she's also incorporating dates so that hopefully somebody will come and simp and be able to, again, take her out of this situation. This is definitely not the follow-up that I thought I was going to get. I'd like to know what you guys think about this in the comment section down below. I'd love to hear you guys' opinions on this entire situation. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up, and I will see you guys in the next one. Love you.
to go.
What if you qualify for a brand new state-approved home buyer discount program that allowed you to buy a home in the next 60 days? That's right. Within just a few short weeks, you could be holding the keys to your dream home. Houses like this one,
To go in 2 days today because I just don't have time to waste. Like, I'm in this house all day, putting in job applications, feeling bad, feeling sorry for myself, and I don't want to sit here and feel sorry for myself.
No, don't lie to us. Honey, don't lie to us. Don't lie to us. You are putting in as much work, you're making it seem like you're putting in as much work finding a job as you are with finding a man because you want somebody to come and pay all those bills and take you out of this situation. You are hoping that in one of these, African men in finance are going to be able to save you from all the situation that you have put yourself in. Let's be honest. Don't come on here and lie. Okay? Don't do that.
Every freaking day that I don't have a job, I don't have a man, I can't make people hire me, but I can go on dates. So for all the girls out there that are worried about Valentine's Day and not having a Valentine for Valentine's Day, because I know the stores are putting all the merch out, it's actually torture. They're putting all the little, they're putting all, everything is heart, pink, heart, pink, heart, red heart. It's just for all the girls that are worried about not having a Valentine's Day on Valentine's Day. Imagine not having a Valentine and also not having a job. And also living in your car. And also worried about eviction. It could be worse. If you watch me for nothing else but to feel better about yourself and your situation, then perfect. Because I'm a living testament, baby, it could be worse. It could always be worse off. Even if it gets bad, it could be worse off. Have a great night and go on that date because why not? Literally, why not? What do you have to lose except your self-respect, your dignity, your self-control? No, I'm just kidding.
Are you kidding? Because at this point, I mean, you went on 2 dates in 1 day, and what do you think that outfit is giving? Did you think that outfit is giving, classy, wife, whatever? Or do you think that outfit is giving, I'm ready and available to whoever's going to jump up on it and pay this light bill, rent, food, water, whatever it is that you have to pay? And again, this is that man that told you can't live with him. He absolutely, just in my opinion, dodged the bullet. Okay, he absolutely did because, he would have been inheriting all of this stuff. And just so you can live off of him, he would have inherited you trying to come in and dominate his house and tell him what's going to go on and what's not going to go on and what you're going to do, have to take care of your child and all this kind of stuff. And again, as he stated last time in the text messages, if you were in a different space in life, maybe it would be different, but he does not want to, again, inherit you in this space just because you're vulnerable and you're trying to rush the brush of moving in with somebody because you can't do better for yourself in this situation. And again, last time in the conversation, she talks about wanting a break, and it looks like that's exactly the same vibe that she's on. Hence why, instead of putting her pedal to the metal all day long and trying to figure it out for her and her kids, she's also incorporating dates so that hopefully somebody will come and simp and be able to, again, take her out of this situation. This is definitely not the follow-up that I thought I was going to get. I'd like to know what you guys think about this in the comment section down below. I'd love to hear you guys' opinions on this entire situation. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. And I will see you guys in the next one. Love you.
A lot of people don't know this, but the best way to prevent divorce, stop separation, and win your wife back is not talk.
He tells me he doesn't care, he doesn't give a F. What happens to me? I didn't do anything to this man but be a loyal wife for 5 years. All I did was take care of him.
What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I'm back again with another video. So in this video, this woman is going through it, okay? This woman thought it was a bright idea for her to, leave her husband, and now in all these videos, she is reeling off all the reasons why she regrets making that decision. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press play, and then I'm going to pause and play and give you guys my thoughts, my feelings, and my opinions on this entire situation. So for the first video, it was a video of her folding clothes, and it says, "I was so worried he'd leave, I couldn't enjoy the time he was here." Next one says, "I was worried he'd cheat, I couldn't enjoy the time he was here." "He's gone now, I wish I enjoyed it more when he was here." So that's just her, again, right off the bat, what I said, that is her reeling off her regret, okay? And then she breaks up the story times telling basically the situations that happened that led up to the demise of the relationship.
Story time, my husband left me while I eat pizza. So my husband left in August. I like to say 6 months ago, but however many months August was ago, feels like 7 years. My husband, I threw him out and he never came back.
Can we talk about that? Okay, I'm not going to pause it too much, but can we talk about that? This woman started out the conversation saying, "My husband left me. He left me. He left me. My husband left me," only to turn around and say, "I threw him out and he never came back." Before we go any deeper in the conversation, I just want to mention this, okay? I talked to him about this before. I made a TikTok about it. I made a shorts about it. And I said, women, stop fake breaking up with your man. Do not do that, because one day he's going to take you up on that offer and you are not going to like it. And this is exactly the result of that situation.
And usually he like breaks in the window or something, but he didn't this time. He literally never came back. He came to see the baby one time. He stayed for 45 minutes. He never wants to see her. He doesn't even ask for pictures of her. I'm pretty sure he left me for a Dominican woman. I'm like 99.9.9.9% sure it's a Dominican woman or man. For his reputation, we'll stick to woman.
Now, this is something that women do, because of their bitterness. She's obviously eating her sorrows, okay? She is eating and drowning in her sorrows because she's so sick about the fact that she, put him out and he actually took her up on it this time, right? He actually called her bluff. And this is what a lot of women do. They will say things like, oh, he doesn't even want to see his child. He doesn't even want to be there for the kid. I think that women underestimate the amount of disdain that men have to fight through just to be able to have relationships with their children, because I can almost guarantee, just based off of the beginning of this situation, based off of the fact that she threw him out, based off of the fact that because of her bitterness, now she's trying to, make it seem as though he might have had, questionable relationships with men that are not proven. The only reason why she's saying this is because she's upset. And then she's trying to make it seem like he's like, this kind of, she's toxic. Okay. And in her bio on her page, it literally says that she's toxic. So just for that alone, you can only imagine the other side of the story of what this man was enduring while in a relationship with this woman.
Backbone was originally founded.
I'm going nuts here in Rhode Island. I'm going nuts. I'm all by myself. All of my family is in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. I have nobody here. I don't have a sister, a mother, a cousin, a friend. My only friend was my husband, and he's not being a very good friend right now. So, trying to get back to New Jersey. I would like to rent an apartment in New Jersey so I could be closer to my family, so they can help me with my baby because I have a 9-month-old baby. We were together for 5 years. We were married 5 years, and it's the second I had a baby, the second I popped out a baby, he left. Of all times to leave.
I think that we have to talk about this, okay? Because based off of her emotions, based off of the way in which she's speaking, based off of the way that she's articulating herself, like, I think that women, they always say, oh, you know, men always leave after the baby. I think that women don't, I think some women underestimate the changes that you will go through when you have a child. And I think that emotionally, mentally, yes, it's exhausting. It's a lot to go through. But then also, if you were already in toxic situations, because I'm saying that because she said that she's thrown him out before and he's always come back. But it's only going to exacerbate. But it's only going to, you know, expand the problem that you guys had instead of fixing, like, you know, you can't throw a baby into a toxic situation and expect all of a sudden everything to just correct itself or align itself. No, if you are in a toxic situation, having a baby in that situation is only going to make matters worse.
Well, I have a baby. So he left me for the Dominican woman. I'm pretty sure she crashed my car. He has my Cadillac, which is also strange. And I think the woman crashed it. The girlfriend, whatever she is. I'm going nuts. I don't leave the house for days at a time. It'll be like 7 days later. And I'm forced to leave the house at that point because I need, like, groceries. And it's not even for me, because I don't eat. This is the first time I'm eating today, and it is 10:26. I don't eat, but my baby needs to eat, so that's the only reason I go out, is to go to the store to get her food. I don't have any friends here. I don't have social interaction. I'm very isolated.
I'm a little confused as to how come, you know, the lights are on in the house, she has all this stuff up, and she's able to order the pizza or whatever. I'm a little bit confused at how she's acting like she's stranded somewhere, but then she just stated that she has family in a different state. How come your family can't come get you? Like, that's what I'm a little bit confused about. Because she's acting as if she's, like, stranded in a situation, but I'm just confused at how come you can't go back to where you have assistance. Or is the truth of the matter that you don't want to go back to where you have assistance because you're still holding hope that he's going to come back and open the door? Or, like she said before, break through the window.
It's not fun. Well, he had the police here this morning. We were fighting on the phone. I was screaming and crying, and I guess the neighbor, which these people fight physically in their yard every other night. And I never call the cops on them. And they're always screaming every night, and I swear to God I'm calling the cops next time. I was on the phone with him, and I'm begging him, please help me get back to New Jersey. It's so hard to raise a baby completely by myself. All alone with no mother, no sister, nobody. He tells me he doesn't care. He doesn't give a F what happens to me. I didn't do anything to this man but be a loyal wife for 5 years.
Again, let's talk about this, okay? We got to talk about this because, you know, to the women who are moved by tears, they just soak this up and they're like, oh yeah, this is why we don't trust men. This is why we picked the bear. You know, these men, one thing they're going to do is embarrass you and this and that. Oh, you see, it doesn't matter if you're married before you have a baby because they'll leave you anyway. Like, people will just be moved by tears and just completely take the woman's side. But in listening to the things that she's saying, she led the conversation by saying, oh, he had the police here, but it was actually the neighbors who called the police, but she's blaming it on him. She's screaming and crying, telling him that he should help her get back to New Jersey. They're no longer in the relationship. She has family there. Where's your family? Why aren't you calling the people, your own family, even though they don't live in the state with you? Rhode Island to New Jersey is not so far apart. Like, why can't your family come and get you?
Our body doesn't need to be fixed. Our body doesn't need one supplement after the other of filling in the gap. What our body needs is,
if you're trying to go back there for your support system, how come your support system can't come rescue you out the situation? And again, I strongly believe it's because she's saying that, but she doesn't really want to go anywhere, because this is what happens when you regret the situation. A lot of women have to see this, because this is the other side of, oh yeah, I could do better by myself. I don't need you. Yeah, get out. And then when reality, women can play big and play bold when the man is still in the house, when he's still coming home every night, when he's still sleeping in the bed, even if the situation is toxic or y'all can't stand each other, but you can still see him. You see, when you can't see that man no more and he is actually gone and reality kicks in, that's when this happens. When you really didn't mean it, this happens. Don't be playing brave.
All I did was take care of him.
In reply to all the comments about not screaming in front of the baby, obviously, do you understand the guilt I feel after I have these emotional breakdowns and my baby's here? And my house isn't big. My house is nice, but it's small. I can't go anywhere, and I'd rather be screaming in the room with her than outside. But at the same time, there are times I'll go in the basement and fight him on the phone because I don't want her to hear me. But when you get to a certain trigger point, you can't control what happens when somebody hurts you so bad, when somebody hits that button, that trigger, and you just go ham.
So people were making comments, I guess, because in the last video when she was screaming and crying, the baby was on the floor. And so they were like, why are you doing all that in front of your baby? You're basically going to traumatize your kid. But, this point of the conversation where she's explaining and then she's saying, oh, well, you just can't control yourself when somebody hits a trigger point. You see, I think that people have to understand that your emotions are valid, but what you do with those emotions are very important, because a lack of self-control is how people go to jail, okay, or do worse things. You have to try to work through things and practice self-control as you grow, as you mature, because it's very dangerous. And if you want to be honest, women are the only ones who are able to, learn self-control at a later date, because a man who has no self-control, immediately he will be in jail. A woman can throw a fit with her parents. She can throw a fit out in the street, in the store. She can throw, women can always throw a fit and throw tantrums, and there's, less responsibility for them to have to own up or step up to the plate, because there's less risk for them to act erratically.
You explode. It really takes the ultimate amount of strength, physically, mentally, to break out of that psychosis and go on with your life. And the only thing that gives me strength now to break out of the psychosis is my baby. Before I had my baby, it would go on all day.
So she said that, this was the worst time that he could have break up with her, because she just had a baby. And, all of a sudden, as soon as I had a baby, everything changed. Now she's saying, oh, well, before I had my baby, me and him can go back and forth all day long. So which one is it? Is it that he just became this horrible person because you had a child? Or again, were you guys in a toxic situation and you thought that you could go through that toxic situation and a baby would fix it? Or what a lot of women do, a manipulation tactic, is have a baby to force him to stay with you in the situation. Because if she said her baby is 9 months and they've been broken up for 6 months or whatever, that would mean he left when the baby was 3 months old.
I would be screaming and crying all day. I would break things. I can admit that, you know.
So, okay. We're getting to the nitty gritty. She said, he left me stranded. Only thing I was to him was a good wife. I never did anything wrong. Now she's saying I would scream, I would cry, I would break things. You know, I was toxic. I was all the above. I was, you know, I would go off on him. I had no self-control. Now we're getting more to the nitty gritty of the story.
I would go crazy over what I would find. Any normal person would find these things, would go nuts. You know, I guess maybe I'm just because I'm Italian. I'm also a gypsy. So I don't know. I just can't help my reactions. You know, I come from a dramatic family. We're full of drama. I would say I'm probably the queen of drama. I take the cake for, you know, giving the family tea. But
if you're the queen of drama and you're constantly giving the drama and you live in the drama and you thrive in the drama, he has the right to say, I no longer want to participate in the drama. And that's what happened. He decided that you being dramatic and you being toxic in the drama was no longer his responsibility. And you thought that that time that you were being dramatic and told him to leave, that you were still going to have the upper hand. And that's not what happened.
My dad, he's up there. He's number 2 runner-up. It hurts my heart. That's why I'm going to be honest. Since my husband left, me and her have amazing days. We are so happy together. When my husband was here, I was always anxious. I was walking on eggshells. We fought more. So in a way, it's good he left when she was 6 months old, because we probably would have fought so much worse and she would have seen so much. Thank God he hasn't been here, because despite my loneliness and sadness and my isolation, we have had peace. We have had peace here. I've had the time and the blessing to spend with my baby, watch her grow, enjoy these milestones. I wish I had a partner to do it with. That's what hurts me. I feel like all these things, like her first words, her crawling, he missed her crawling. She's starting to stand up. She's going to walk soon. And he's missing this. And I feel like me, of all people, I am a single mother.
I think that you see, she was just calling him, and the neighbors called the cops on her because she was screaming so loud. And if you're screaming to the point on the telephone where your neighbors can hear you, that says a lot. That means that they genuinely, even though she got mad about it, they clearly thought that something was wrong, right? They were like, can you do a wellness check? Because this girl over there, you know, we don't know what's going on over there with her. And she has a baby. So they were actually, in my opinion, looked like they were trying to actually look out for her. But she's like kind of like all over the place, because now she's trying to say, oh, you know, well, actually, now that I think about it, it is more peaceful and we are more happy. But you're the one who called him starting the riot. Like, you called him starting the drama. If you wanted him to experience these milestones, instead of you being so angry and over the top and over the edge and calling him to fight with him just so you can have connection and be able to talk to him and hear his voice, all these things that she's going on, if you have the phone number and you're not blocked, you could be videoing it and sending it. But that's not what the point is. The point is that you want him there with you, and you regret the situation. And so you're saying like, oh, I can't believe that I'm in this situation and he's missing all these things. But then you're adding to the toxicity.
Me? Alexis? So it can happen to anybody. It can happen to anybody. Okay, anything can happen to anybody, believe me. I've seen every walk of life. And anything can happen to anybody. I never thought I would be a single mother.
I mean, I'm educated on these things. I always tried to pick right. You know, my husband wasn't always a bad man. My husband's a good man. My husband's a good man. He just has a problem. He got a woman problem.
This woman, you see what I'm saying? The emotions are coming and going, and I think that women who support this and say, "Oh yeah, forget these men," they don't generally care about you because they're neglecting what is there's visibly something emotionally going on with you. And women will neglect this and just blame just to blame stuff on the man, but this woman actually is like crying for help on the internet. She's up, she's down, she's hot, she's cold. I'm glad he's gone. You know, I'm so happy. I was walking on eggshells. It was so toxic, but he's such a good man. He's a good man. He just has problems with women. Like, she's all over. And this is the result of regret. She regrets the day that she put him out. She regrets it. She regrets the fact that she told him, "Oh, you know what? Get out. I don't need you. I could do this by myself with my own baby. This is my baby. We don't need you. We good. Get out of here." She regrets it. And that's why she has this overwhelming amount of emotions about the situation. Because it's not just like a toxic situation and he left her. No, she regrets the fact that she threw him out there. Because no matter what toxic drama or whatever, just like she had in that video, "Oh, I didn't appreciate the time he was here." She wished he was in the house with her, laid up in the bed. Regardless of the drama, the woman problem, she missed him.
I'm crying again on camera and in front of my baby. I don't know how to help my husband's problem. And I'm crazy. I look for it. I find it because I gotta know. And then what I find I don't like. What I find I don't like. So, you know, it's hard. It's hard. I'm in a bad situation. I'm also financially tied to this man.
Can we talk about this for 1 second? I'm gonna try not to pause again before the end of the video, but I want to say this, you know, for the women who cannot handle emotionally, because women know, right? Like, you can lie to yourself and act like, "I got it, I'm good." But if you know deep down that you genuinely cannot handle your life without your man, and I'm not talking about financially, I'm talking about emotionally, mentally, the stability that man brings, and you guys had an issue in the past, the worst thing that you could do if your man has a quote-unquote woman problem is stress him out in the house. That's the worst thing you could do, because you sending him right back out to the women. You're not giving him a reason to change the narrative or whatever. You are only stressing him out. And if you know that you want to stay in the situation and you're not going to leave, get out that man's phone. Okay? Leave it alone. It's above you. You know how people say, "This is above my pay grade"? It's above you, sis. Get out the phone. Leave him alone. Because if a man is, you know, say for instance, he's being unfaithful, or maybe he's even talking to somebody. Because the way how she's toxic and looks for things, it could be coworkers, it could be anybody. If he's doing these things or whatever, the worst thing you could do is start accusing him, going through his phone, checking emails, checking messages. This woman has videos on her TikTok telling women how and what they need to check when they go through a man's phone.
Hey guys, did you know some drivers are ditching their car insurance and they're doing this instead?
When you do these things, it's only, you know, making the problem bigger. You're making the problem that you thought that was maybe this small, that started out this small, is going to be gigantic. Leave that man alone. Leave it alone. Have a conversation, but the way in which you're trying to rectify the situation through anger and aggression is pushing him right out the door. And then when you open up the door and talk about, "You know what, you could get out," he was like, "Fine, great, because I got options out there. Thank you. Thank you that I didn't have to be the mean guy or the bad guy and do this." Again, that's why I say, don't be fake breaking up with your man if you don't mean it.
And I have no means of income. I am a stay-at-home mom. I've been a stay-at-home wife for 5 years. I was married prior to Matthew as a stay-at-home wife.
I've just been a stay-at-home wife. You know, I've never went to college. I didn't go to school. I did go to school. I went to school to be a nutritionist, a health coach. I studied that for 2 years. I never graduated because my husband was not supportive of that whatsoever. He had no interest. He would make fun of me at first. He wouldn't try the foods I was, you know, my healthy foods, which were delicious and amazing and expensive. I spent hundreds of dollars a week at Whole Foods on exotic, amazing, organic foods. I would make him meals that were amazing. But Ruth Chris couldn't top my steak, okay? Because I perfected my way of cooking the steak. If I'm gonna buy a $40 grass-fed steak, that steak's gonna be perfect. You know, Ruth Chris doesn't use Celtic salt. Ruth Chris doesn't use my fancy salts, my seasonings. And truthfully, cooking lesson, the best way to make a steak, you don't need to over season it. You wanna use more salt than you think. Believe me, over salt the steak. And don't really use anything else. Pepper. And maybe some garlic powder if you really want to get fancy with it. But the best steak, I'm talking filet. If you're making a filet, don't go crazy with the weird seasonings. If you want to add flavor to your filet, make a pan sauce. Do like a red wine reduction. Make a demi-glaze. Do a bordelaise sauce. There are sauces you do with fillets, but you don't over season the steak. Filet should be salt and pepper, good quality salt, good quality coarse pepper, and maybe some garlic powder. Okay, that was the cooking lesson.
Who asked for that? Okay, I want you guys to pay attention to what I'm talking about. Mine all over the place. It went from he didn't support me to her giving a whole elaborate explanation about cooking steak. Nobody was talking. We was talking about that.
Back to my guilt of exploding in front of my child. Yeah, that's got to stop. And it only happens when he's here or when he's on the phone. So I have to cut communication with him. I have to get to my family. I'm living off of a savings. He's, you know, I'm running out. I have to just get enough to get an apartment. That's my next goal, is to get an apartment in New Jersey. And my budget, I want to say $1,600 a month. And in New Jersey, holy moly, that's hard. That is hard, especially considering my standard of living. You know, I can't just live anywhere. I have to be happy. I want to enjoy where I wake up every day because that's what I'm used to my whole life. You know, I grew up in a very nice house. I've always lived in nice homes. It hurts. It hurts to go to the bottom. I have done it. I've lived in crappy apartments. It's not fun. So I gotta get like $3,000 together. That's it. And I can rent a place. And then he'll pay my rent. You know, hopefully he has no choice. His baby needs a roof. He knows my situation. He knows I don't have education.
She was married before. She said she was married before. She was a stay-at-home wife. She got married again. She's been a stay-at-home wife and / stay-at-home mom. Obviously, she said she has to save up money, whatever the case is. The lights are on. She said he's going to pay her rent, which would make me feel, this is just my opinion, I would assume that means that he is paying her rent at the place that she's in currently. So I would assume that he's paying for the place that she's currently in, the lights are on, you know, all that. And again, I'm sensing a little bit of entitlement as well. Like, you know, you're wanting him to pay for you to go back home. You grew up in a nice home. You know, you said that's what you're used to. How come your family can't come get you? And why don't you just go stay with your family? But now it's like, oh, no, that's not what I want to do. I need to stay in an apartment, and he needs to pay for the apartment, and I want the apartment to be like this. Like, it's just all these demands in a situation where you're not in control.
A lot of men feel that when the marriage is slipping away, they're willing to do whatever it takes to save it, but it's the wrong
knows I built his business. Without me, he wouldn't have his paving company. I created the paving company. I built his credit. When I first met him, he was a 20-year-old kid with no credit. I got us on Google. I started our advertising. I started our business. I pushed his business. I create all of his literature. I graphic design all of his flyers, his cards. I lettered his brand new dump truck from scratch. It took me 72 hours, 3 days. I designed the perfect logo. And it was always our plan to have a Lexus on the top. And I designed that very pretty in cursive with a rose, a little vine. It said Alexis and Julia. And he stole my lettering. He stole my ideas and didn't put Alexis. He left my name out. And that was sentimental to me because that was something we planned. When he got his truck, he was going to put my name and now the baby's name. He put her name. He didn't put me. And it's all my designs.
The thing is that, if she was a part of the business, an intricate part of the business, and he purposely cut her out of the business for his own selfish reasons or whatever, I mean, I think that is kind of messed up. But at the same time, if he's doing the business and he's providing the lifestyle for you and you're not doing anything else, I mean, one hand washes the other. Of course, that's your husband. You're going to support him and assist him in whatever it is that he's doing because you're able to stay home and not work and not do anything. So, again, one hand washes the other. But then also, I mean, if you're home and you were just a stay-at-home wife, not a stay-at-home mother, and you were just, living and walking around and doing your thing, regardless of if you weren't able to do like the nutritionist thing, whatever, if you're making logos and designs, you could have done that on your own and pocketed money. You could have had your own little stay-at-home job where you get these little, deals that you help people and help them with marketing, because that's what it seems like, she was assisting him with, and done that in her own, in her own time because he's at work. You were just at home, again, being a stay-at-home wife. You could have tended to a lot of different things if you wanted to, but you enjoyed the luxury of staying home and not doing anything. And now you're kind of like upset about the fact that you were in that position, but you were happy with it and fine with it when he was in the house. Now reality strikes.
It's all my work. I got the truck. I called the man. Whatever.
Listen, normally I have these conversations and the women come on and they're like so arrogant and they're like in your face with it, like, yeah, But this situation, like, I genuinely hope that this woman realizes her part to play in the situation and learns from this moving forward, because she's not okay. Like, it is evident that she is genuinely not okay in this situation, and she has a very young child, and her behavior is very erratic. Okay, I have to be honest with you, and it's sad that women they kind of play with fire, and then when they get burned, they're boohoo crying, and they're all over the place. They're running around, right? The cartoons when somebody's on fire and they just running around in circles, like that's exactly what it is. She's not visibly showcasing the fire, but you can see her mind running around in the circles. Right? And again, this is a result of women acting big, bad, and bold, big and tough. I could do it. I don't need nobody. I got it. I'm going to figure it out. And they really can't deal with that pressure of trying to figure it out. I'd like to know what you guys think about this in the comment section down below. I would love to hear you guys' thoughts, feelings, and opinions on this entire video. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. And I will see you guys in the next one. Love you.
How Gen X are getting their teenage bodies back.
So this is my mom and this is my grandma. I recently put...
Yeah, I'm outside. After my divorce, I saw how people, especially toxic, misogynistic men, looked down on me, as if I wasn't valuable anymore, because I have kids, because I'm not in my 20s, because I'm divorced. That narrative is cruel and it's false. It's showing truth into some of the things that men are saying. It's not going to be the same as when you were younger in your 20s, when you were childless, okay? And before you put all of your business from your divorce on social media. It's not going to be the same kind of dating market as it was prior. Now, you might be mad that people are saying it. You might be mad that people are exposing it. But is there truth to it? Absolutely, there is. What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I'm back again with another video. And we're talking about Tia again, y'all. Okay? We are talking about Tia. So, if you guys are unaware, I recently made a post about something that Tia Mowry did on her Instagram, where she posted what I refer to it as a come get me post. Okay? So, in the post, she was going through her DMs of, you know, all types of flattery that she was receiving. Younger men who wanted to be with her, men who, you know, wanted to marry her.
Go down in the field. Would you marry me if you knew me well? What the hell? What the helianti? Are you interested in younger men like myself? How young we talking? Do you know how old I am? I'm very flattered.
And, you know, I basically felt like she was doing this thread to say, see, you know, I'm out here, I'm wanted, I'm valuable. And then in that post, she also, you know, wanted to make sure that the men out there, the new suitors knew that she actually was not back together with her ex-husband, Corey Hardrick. And she addressed that as in the post as well.
Not you outside again. I thought y'all were back together. Let's normalize co-parenting in a healthy way. Things don't always have to be toxic. But yeah, I'm outside.
Now, as I stated in that previous conversation, I believed, in my personal opinion, that the whole reason for her making that video to begin with was to, you know, let everybody know that she's back outside. Let everybody know that, you know, although there was rumors or allegations that, you know, her and him have rekindled anything, that she still doesn't want anybody to take a step back because, you know, if you want her, come get her. Like, I felt like that was the whole basis of her making that post.
They said she done went home. They said she done went to the house. No, he took her bag.
So after that, Tia decided to do like a question and answer on her Instagram story, and she was asking people to ask her, you know, fun questions. And I think she did the same exact thing, right? She started off with various different questions, and then the meat of the matter was her going to give you know, divorce advice to another woman. So as we can see here, the person, you know, asked, girl, how the hell do I recover from this divorce? Question mark, Lord help me, child. And Tia responded, and she said, I think I'd say dive into doing the work. Really, truly focus on self-care, focus on what makes you happy and what brings you joy. Build a tribe, a community of friends, a support system, meditate, try new hobbies, read books on healing, spend time with your kids if you have them, or just surround yourself with people who genuinely love and support you. Do things that feel fun and fulfilling. Travel if you can. Traveling really helped me. It's all about creating new experiences. The more experiences you have, the further away you get from that heavy, gut-wrenching feeling of divorce. Also, allow yourself to cry. Allow yourself to feel it all. Just don't let it consume you. I hope that helps. Now, like I said before, this is the same thing as the come get me post, right? Like, the meat of the matter is that you wanted to tell people that you and Corey are not back together, but you used all those other questions to help fancy it up. I believe it's the same thing she did with her Instagram story.
Yeah, I'm outside.
Now, immediately after that, okay, yesterday, Tia makes a slide full of putting people in their place, letting people know what time it is, you know, changing the narrative. And the first post was this same exact thing that you see here on the screen. The first post, she posted this picture, and it said, they told me I wasn't valuable anymore because I'm 46 and divorced, leading us into a longer thread of posts of basically all the backlash that she got from men since walking away from her marriage and getting divorced. So we're going to go ahead and dive into all of those things.
As I went through my timeline, I realized that, you know, I was sexualized, I think 5 years old. And I started to experiment with my friends sexually, guys and girls. I've experimented with my...
The thing is that Tia has made divorce her entire personality. Okay, I'm not trying to be mean about it. I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm just being honest based off of the perception of what goes on social media. Like, everything that Tia posts somehow has to tie back to her being divorced. Now, I don't know if, her brand or whatever, they decided that she should be that spokesperson or she should be in that spot or, she should, convince or support people in divorcing their husbands after 20 years. I'm not really sure about that situation, but literally all things go back to Tia being divorced. So here she says, for a long time, I believed my value came from being in a relationship, being chosen, being picked, that somehow love from someone else defined who I was. Can I be honest and say something? And I know I might get a little backlash. I know I might get some people who disagree, and I have no problem with that. You're able to have your own feelings and your own opinions. This is not a space that you have to agree with every single thing that I say. But I genuinely believe that there is some value that does come from being picked. Now, hold on. Don't fight me now. Don't start swinging. I'm going to elaborate and tell you guys what I mean by that. You see, you're born into this world, right? You have a family that created you. People that are dealing with you because they have to, right? They have to raise you. Otherwise, if they're not putting you up for adoption or whatever, they will go to jail, right? So, like, they have to take care of you. You're surrounded by people who, are spending time with you, like your cousins, your aunts, or whatever, because you are a part of the family structure. I think there does come a sense of value when people see something in you that they want to be around you. They want to protect you. Okay, I'm just speaking from the woman's perspective. They want to protect you. They want to lead you. They want to guide you. They want to be there for you till the end of time. And this is somebody who was once a stranger.
As my partner in crime. It's like I'm not doing this alone.
At least I know Tia got my back, to the grave. So I know she's with me and she knows I'm with her.
I don't know why we're in this space right now that they're so against, the narrative of there being a fulfilling thing of a man choosing you to be his wife, and that's something that should not be considered valuable. It is something valuable. It genuinely is. I don't know why we're in this space now that we have to take away from that, or, it's like you're saying the wrong thing if you say that, I found value in the fact that my husband picked me and chose me and married me and made me a wife. That's a valuable thing. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The next post says, divorce forced me to ask, what does Tia want? When you've been with someone for over 20 years, it's easy to forget who you are outside of that partnership. You would believe that Tia getting divorced was not her idea. If you were blind to the situation, you were not privy to any previous information, and you looked at Tia's story on her page and you looked at all the information that was there, you would believe that Corey Hardrick is the one who left Tia, and not the other way around, because all of this healing, growing, evolving, and changing, all these things happened. But this was a choice that you made. Now, I'm not saying that you can't make choices and still have to, go through growing phases even though you made that choice. But the way that she talks through these things is as if she's a victim in this situation that she created. I realized how much of my worth I tied to being validated by a man. Society teaches us that. From fairy tales to tradition, we're told we're only valuable when someone picks us. Now, in my personal opinion, it went from her having this idea, as she stated in her mind, of being validated by a man, to now Tia wanting to be validated by anybody who will listen, right? Like anybody, just social media in general. Hence why she posts the posts that she makes on social media. Hence why she be posting pictures, thirst trapping. Hence why even in that video that she posted, the Come Get Me post, she was saying all the things that she's saying. I just feel that she just has a need for validation in itself. But if we want to be honest, that's not your husband's fault. Okay? Whoever you get into a relationship with, whoever you desire, that's not their fault. And a lot of women I personally see have this problem where they start putting things into the marriage and blaming the man and building resentment against the man who never asked you to do certain things or be a certain way. After my divorce, I saw how people, especially toxic, misogynistic men, looked down on me, as if I wasn't have kids because I'm not in my 20s, because I'm divorced. That narrative is cruel and it's false. I believe that she thinks that people are mad at her because she divorced her husband. Like, I think that the root of the matter completely has gone over her head. Now, I'm not going to speak for everybody and say that there's not some people who are maybe not upset about it. You know, I feel that people were upset that they got divorced in general. I think people were upset that the two of them broke apart because they loved them as a couple, yes. But the meat of the matter as why Tia has gotten so much backlash after this divorce is all based off of the actions that Tia has portrayed and the negative things that she has said in regards to her ex-husband, Corey.
I was born and raised in Houston, Texas. I lived in Baltimore for a year. Then I realized it really wasn't for me. And I've always really wanted to move to Austin because there's just...
Marriage was a success. Yeah. I look at it as like a curriculum when you're in college or high school, right? You're learning, you're growing, you're evolving, you're creating. And I was able to create with Corey some beautiful, amazing children. Yeah. And at the end of that curriculum, and at the end, there's a graduation.
I do have a feeling and a sense of freedom following my divorce.
When you go on social media and you talk about that you in your, hoe phase, that's a disrespect to your husband.
I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm in my hoe phase right now. Happiness over everything. Where's your mind?
When the claws are going to come out is when you are trying to bring this other person down to elevate yourself and try to, normalize this situation at the expense of someone else's feelings, someone else's hurt.
But, it was a year and a half crying myself to sleep every night. Nobody see that. Yeah. Nobody see that. Yeah. You live 5 minutes away from your babies, you know what I'm saying? Because people who know Corey Arthur know that his kids and his family was everything to him.
Someone else's pain, and it's an unfair balance where, like I said before, it is glamorized when women divorce their husbands and break up their families, but when men do it and men face the backlash, men are not complaining about it. They're expecting the backlash. Why are they expecting it? Because that's how society has always run. If a man leaves his wife, he's the problem. If a man, steps out or whatever, he's the problem. If a woman divorces her husband, he's the problem. Like, all roads lead to him. So now when Tia has been in a space that she created by bringing everything to social media, by working through or growing through her problems on social media as a platform, and she's getting backlash, all of a sudden she can't take it. She can't handle it. She's mad. Now all of a sudden she's blaming toxic masculinity and y'all saying that I'm this, and because I have kids. People are bringing that up after the actions that you created.
Wait, I know you as being selfish all the time, so that's not how I know you as being selfish. That's your assumption. That's not my intention. Yeah, that's not my assumption. That's your action.
And another thing to mention, I thought it was quite interesting. Somebody sent me this screenshot that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant was in Tia's comment section, kikiing and laughing under her, come get me post. But at the same time, isn't she the one who's so against broken homes and people creating broken homes?
Every child cannot have Papa in the house with them. So some child, if not all will end up with some kind of deficit without daddy being there. Mm-hmm. Now, you chose to do that. I'm not saying you sat there and woke up one morning and said, I want to be selfish today, so I'm going to go make a baby. Not saying that at all. But those are selfish acts.
So I'm a little bit confused at the same time in the midst of this conversation why, Cheyenne Bryant is in the comment section laughing and kikiing with Tia. But when Cam Newton has created, broken homes and all these situations, why he's getting so much backlash? Like, why is it that the women who are supposed to stand on business, on what they believe in family structure and all these things, don't have that same energy when it comes to women? I'm confused about that. But let's get back into, her post. But I had to unlearn that. I am not less than because I'm single. I am not damaged because I'm divorced. And I'm not unworthy because I'm a mom. Now, in the dating market, when you got with Corey, you was in your 20s. You're no longer in your 20s. Age is a gift, okay? That is a privilege to be 46. That's a privilege. So there's nothing wrong with that. But at this age and space in the dating market, and then you coming on social media and again complaining of the people who are attracted to you, who are giving you the time of day in the dating market.
How hard is it in the dating world now?
Oh my God.
My last relationship, when dating was, when I was, dating this person, it was beautiful. It was amazing. It was wonderful. There was courting that was, involved. I was saying how I feel like that's no longer.
It's showing truth into some of the things that men are saying. It's not going to be the same as when you were young, younger in your 20s, when you were childless. Okay, and before you put all of your business from your divorce on social media, it's not going to be the same kind of dating market as it was prior. Now, you might be mad that people are saying it. You might be mad that people are exposing it. But is there truth to it? Absolutely, there is. And how do we know there's truth to that? Based off of your results. You still single?
Yeah, I'm outside.
Okay, if the grass was greener on the other side, you would have had somebody already. And your whole personality trait would not be making, this divorce your personality and bringing it to social media and tying everything to the divorce 3 years later. Okay, that's not what the situation would be. So obviously, as you're calling these men, toxic masculinity and all these things for calling out the obvious, we have to then ask ourselves, but are they lying though? Yes, I want love, but I'm no longer chasing it to fill a void. I'm choosing me first because that's where my peace lives.
Backbone was originally founded based on how we thought the future of gaming would unfold. We believed that one day, great games would be available on any screen, and that people would need a seamless way to play them.
I've done the work. I've cried, I've healed, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like my soul is finally back in my body. I'm no longer floating, disconnected, or trying to survive. Now I'm aligned, mind, body, and soul, and it feels so good. Healing is a gift. You're saying that you're healed, you're saying that you're evolved, you're saying that you're in a good space. That's great for you, happy for you. Would not wish anything less than that for you. But from the outside looking in, it doesn't seem so. And the reason why I say that is because when people go over and above and through things, they don't always tie back to that negative experience or that negative situation. Like, they don't always lean back to that place and talk about it on a daily basis, because when they move forward, they shed that and actually move forward. Like I said, 3 years later, you had a whole TV show that was surrounding your divorce. The whole TV show. Every episode was connected to the divorce, how you're happier, how you're sad, how you regret it.
I hate when this stuff happens because it makes me feel like I've made a mistake.
A mistake of what?
Of getting divorced. I don't want to be alone, So when I'm going through these challenges, sometimes you want to go back.
All roads led back to Corey. Okay? That show should have been called Tia Getting Over Corey. Like, that should have been the name of the TV show, because that's all that Tia talked about. She cried in nearly every episode of that TV show.
Now, I'm a fan of Tia's, but I'm about to hit y'all with something that y'all don't want to hear. And I don't give... Tia don't need a show. She need a therapist. I said it. Every other mother word she crying. And is this unfiltered? Is this real?
And again, getting over it, moving forward, moving past it, being in a different space, I don't see the need 3 years later to keep making these posts connected to that situation if you are above that. It doesn't signify healing. To me, it seems like you're still in that space. Like, it just happened yesterday. So let's change the narrative. Being single doesn't mean I'm lacking. It means I'm learning, growing, thriving. I don't need to be chosen to feel validated. I'm not expired. I'm not too much. I'm powerful, whole, enough. And baby, I'm still pressure. Love to you. I don't know if you thought, like I said before, that because the grass was greener, that you was going to go out there, hop out there, and just snap your fingers, and you was going to get, the perfect situation to just fall in your lap, and you expected that to happen in a shorter time. And it just seems to me that right now, the space that Tia is in is coping. That's what it seems like to me. I could be wrong. I'm not above reproach. But what it seems like to me is that Tia is in a space of coping with the situation. She thought it was going to happen quicker. It didn't happen. And because there are no suitors that she wants to be in a relationship with, she has no other choice but to say, I'm happy. I'm not chasing nobody. You know, I'm not forcing it. If I get with someone, good. But if I don't, you know, I'm happy with who I am. She doesn't have any other choice. Corey didn't take her back. She couldn't go back to that situation. She, you know, was out there in the street. She's dating people. She's comparing all them people back to Corey.
My last relationship and dating was, you know, when I was, you know, dating this person, it was beautiful. It was amazing. It was wonderful. There was courting that was, you know, involved.
What I think is so crazy about all of this is that, you know, there's this ideology that the highest, you know, vibration is love. And it's actually not. The highest vibration is truth. And what makes me so sad is that a lot of women go through these situations and get divorced, and they have horrible counsel around them. Right? I said it many times that, you know, Tia Mowry getting, you know, counsel or you know, advice from somebody like Jack A. Harry, no shade. Loved her in Sister. Okay? Loved her in that show. But from somebody who has been divorced, you know, umpteen times and was bitter about the situation, how was that going to help you?
I told you I had it for 3 years in my career, in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I had it all. I had a man, the kid, and the money.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't have it all the time. Somebody's got to stay home with the kids or nurture the ego of the man.
Yes.
Do I sound bitter?
People around you, they might coddle you, you know, out of love or out of, you know, oh, we're so close to her or whatever. But the people who are actually going to stand there 10 toes down and tell you the truth, just like the toxic masculine man that you can't stand, you know, those are the people who get looked at in a certain way or who get the negative backlash. But those are the people who don't have a dog in the fight. They're not going to tell you what you want to hear because they love you and care for you. They're going to tell you the truth. And so I think it's important to, sometimes you got to look at the truth.
It was a show. It was hell. You know,
what do you want to do? What's your best case scenario?
I think I'm just going to die alone.
Now I have to say this again. You know, a lot of people have the ideology, oh, you know, you can't stand Tia. You just mad at Tia. Oh, tell the truth. You just don't like her. It has nothing to do with that.
Don't eat Parmesan in 2025.
Parmesan Reggiano by law has to.
The truth of the matter is that I've had so many women in my Instagram DM. Okay, this is no joke. Tell me, like, listen, you saved my relationship. You saved my marriage. The whole time, I was going to my homegirls and going to everybody else, and they were telling me that he was the problem. And then when listening to your content, I started to realize maybe I was tripping. And when I changed my tune, he changed. Do you understand how serious that is? That's a serious situation. So when I see somebody gallivanting on social media and portraying this idea that the only way that you will have self-love and love yourself and be happy is if you divorce your husband, I have to talk out against it.
No, I'm all about inspiring and encouraging. And I mean, the DMs that I've gotten from so many women that are going through the same thing and just saying how they admire my courage and my strength.
I've seen the complete opposite. I've seen situations where women who have gotten counsel otherwise and negative counsel otherwise have turned away and gotten wise counsel and saved their marriages. And I'm not talking about marriages where they actually should be divorced and he's a horrible guy or they're in a horrible toxic situation. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about some women going through this fulfillment thing within themselves. Realizing that they had been people pleasers for all this time, and now they wanted to change the narrative and believe that the only way to do that was to shed everything. The husband, the marriage, the household, everything. And then get out of that situation and they're still miserable.
It's not easy going through a divorce.
We got to speak balanced conversations. We have to speak on every possible outcome. Yes, you could leave and be happy like Tia. Yes, you could leave and be miserable. Yes, you could leave and be coping. There's all possibilities. And before you make all these, you jump to all these conclusions, you need to figure out and watch the whole situation until you get out there and realize that you made a mistake. And you can't go back from it. And now you're miserable trying to keep, getting yourself into relationships with a man with is somebody like you already had. It's the truth. I'd like to know what you guys think about this in the comment section down below. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this entire situation. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. And I will see you guys in the next one. Love you.